Call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the June 3rd, 2024 City of Kalispell Council meeting. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councillor Graham,
Here.
Councillor Dowd,
Here.
Councillor Dahlman, Councillor Fisher,
Here.
Councillor Hunter,
Here.
Councillor Nunnally,
Here.
Councillor Carlson,
Here.
Councillor Gabrielle,
Here.
and Mayor Johnson.
Here. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Carlson, can you lead us?
Yes, Your Honor. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have our agenda in front of us. Look for council for approval. Mr. Nunnally.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Second, thank you, Ms. Carlson. All in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. One item on the consent agenda this evening, which are the council minutes from the May 7 and May 8, 2024. Have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Mr. Dowd.
Your Honor, I move the consent agenda as published.
Second.
Second, thank you, Ms. Carlson. All in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. No committee report at this time, so we're going to move right on to a public hearing. This would be for a special street maintenance assessment increase. Council will consider public comments regarding council's intent to consider a proposed increase in the assessment for the special street maintenance fund. Hereby open the public hearing on that item. If anyone wants to comment on the street maintenance assessment, please step forward, state your name, and give us your comments. Close the public hearing. We're going to move on to public comment. Any individual wishing to address the council on items not on the agenda this evening are asked to step forward, state your name, and give the council your comments.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Kim Morisaki. I live at 1329 Bald Eagle Loop, which is not in the city of Kalispell, but I am the manager for the Northwest Montana Community Land Trust, which is your land trust, which the city of Kalispell started way back in 2009. And I thought I would just give you a quick update on what we're doing. The land trust owns 52 homes in Kalispell within the city limits, and we own another 5 in Whitefish and some other property. We're planning on building or adding 4 more homes in Kalispell this year, and we will be adding 8 more in Columbia Falls in the next 12 months. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, we own the land underneath the houses. People are able to buy the houses below market. When they sell them, they make some profit, but they have to sell the house back to us, which at using a formula that will bring the house back in below market rate. So these houses in Kalispell are being bought and resold between $150,000 and $220,000. The ones in Whitefish are probably more in the $150,000 to $350,000 range, depending. So in Columbia Falls, we kind of expect to see that range as well. So it's up and going. Back in the 2009, 2010, it was using neighborhood stabilization program funds that the city of Kalispell secured and was buying houses off the foreclosure market. Today, we're partnering with other nonprofits, with municipal governments, with the state government, and also private developers. And it's working beautifully. It's the poster child of public-private nonprofit partnerships. So when I have developers come to me and say, hey, how can we work together to get more affordable housing into the development that I'm working on, I usually give them 3 things. You could give me land and I'll build houses, or you can build houses and I'll make sure somebody buys them that look like they belong in your neighborhood. You can write the donation of the land off as a charitable donation. You can not give me land, but agree to sell me some houses and give me time to do the fundraising to buy the land underneath the house and just be a patient seller, a patient partner, and that's very valuable as well. And then the third thing that I say to everybody who will listen, and is my real reason for being here today, is think about starter homes. Think about the kinds of houses we built on the east side of Columbia Falls or the east side of Kalispell in the 50s and 60s, where people raised their entire family for decades, where those houses were on lots that were 6,250 square feet, or in Kalispell, maybe 8,000 square feet. And those houses were 1,400 square feet. And they were big enough. They were good enough. Maybe they had a detached garage. Maybe they had a carport. Maybe they're like east side of Kalispell, where you've got Nikki Slider's mansion right next to Becky Gruce's bungalow, and she's renting out the basement to a rookie cop for the Kalispell Police Department. It's a mixture of neighborhoods. It's a mixture of sizes of houses. It's renters next to people who own large grand houses. It's cats sleeping with dogs. It's, it's everything. And if we got back to neighborhoods where we were thinking about smaller lots, 6,250 square feet, that's the city lot in Columbia Falls that we're going to build a house on this year, and it's a perfectly adequate size of lot. So that is my hope and wish, is that as you are thinking about how to get towards more affordable housing, you will incentivize people to work together and do small lots and starter homes, because we as a country haven't been doing enough starter homes for 2 decades. Thank you very much, and thanks for all your work.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Kyle Voigtlander. I live in the city of Kalispell, right off 4th Street. I'm going to touch on a few things. I'll try to keep out of the Tronstead annex stuff in this, but I might briefly touch on it. First and foremost, I've noticed quite a few things. One of the things, and I spoke on it during the meeting on the annexation of this land north of Kalispell here, but I'm going to touch on it again in a little calmer setting here for you guys. The city of Kalispell can't support that with their first responders. We can't support what we have. I'm a volunteer myself, and I know there's mixed feelings between the departments of me speaking up. I'm not speaking on behalf of a department. I'm speaking on solely what I see, what I've dealt with, and what my community members have brought to my attention. For example, on average, right now, our volunteer departments are in anywhere from 450 calls to 800 calls a year. That's just in the volunteer department. That could be Summers, that could be West Valley, that could be Smith Valley, and that's a lot of calls. It's a lot of volunteer hours. These people get paid, little to nothing. I mean, you get $10 a call. It about covers your fuel to get there and back. You see some pretty gruesome stuff. And the city passed this first responder levy, which upped our taxes, and the city of Kalispell can't even manage their own fire department. I give props to the chief for turning around the department from where it was. I was told decades ago it was struggling, but the truth is that there's apparatus sitting in the departments not being used. And I'm all for hiring more people. I 100% agree with that. I think that both fire and police, we could use more personnel. But to put these funds towards another station to, quote, store apparatus is what I've been told. It is just absurd. If we truly need apparatus and it's going to be used, then let's do that. Let's purchase that apparatus that we need, but let's put it in use. And that's not being done right now. So before you guys go forward and allocate these funds where they need to go, please actually do your research, talk to the volunteer departments, talk to the city of Kalispell, look outside the city limits and see what really goes on. When that hotel went up in flames, there were 6 departments there, and it was an exterior attack. And frankly, the city of Kalispell was running around frantic on what to do, and everybody held their composure together and got it done. But honesty, it's scary what this valley has coming for it. If something happens in a neighborhood such as, Silverbrook or the east side of Kalispell here, where the homes are dense, and a fire breaks out, there's going to be, mass homes gone. There's going to be mass casualties if something seriously happens. And I'm just going to briefly touch, because I know it's coming up here in the agenda, but with that annexing of more homes and limited exits, I mean, we know history. We know what's happened with anything from, from just a simple house fire to a full natural disaster. And it's more than whether your apparatus and your personnel can handle it. Are these people safe? So I want to touch on that. And then the second thing I want to touch on is the water. Here in city of Kalispell, you guys want to annex these homes, but we can't even keep the water in the homes we have safe for drinking. And, it's been mentioned, Keith's mentioned it, Susie's mentioned it multiple times of, just buy a system for your house. You shouldn't have to. We pay a lot of money. Our rates were just up. The city water department, the city public works department has plenty of money. So it's going somewhere if they can't afford to figure out what's going on quickly and resolve it. There's the new water tower, which obviously is federal. Most of it was federal funding to feed Silverbrook, but that's just the next step of, okay, well, now we feed these homes. What happens when Farmer Joe wants to sell more land and we add another 450 homes? Well, we can't support it. You're building that subdivision right next to a fire station, but that fire station can't even respond to the calls there. They're tapping into city water. Well, what happens when the water pressure gives out because that equipment failed? It's a serious issue. Everything from drinking it to using it on a safety standpoint. Which brings me into the Public Works Department, and I hope that this comes with open eyes and open ears on this one. But I really think, Doug, that you guys need to do some research into your own Public Works Department. Everything from the plowing of the roads to the city engineers to the Public Works Director, because it's a big issue. And I'm going to bring up just the one example that I've dealt with over the past over a year now is 8th Avenue West was just tore up. I'm sure you're all familiar with that project. Well, it took 6 months, if not longer, from one end to the other. And we can get in and call names and go about different companies that were there, but I'm not going to get into that. The bottom line is it was done wrong. It was done horribly. It caused damage to a lot of homes. It affected our water supply. It affected our sewer. It affected our aquifers. If you're not, I'm sure you guys are familiar, but if you're not familiar, what they did there was they milled up the road, they put it back. Then they dug it up, put a water line in, put it back. Dug it up again, put a sewer line, put it back. Dug it up again, put meter pits in, put it back. Oh, now we're going to get it up to grade 6 months later. Well, here's the thing, they didn't bring it up to grade. It's 3 feet below grade. People's front walkways, steep into their homes. The sidewalks that are ADA compliant aren't compliant. My neighbor's a wheelchair user. He goes, I can't even use the sidewalks down that street. And I can't roll down the middle of the street because it's too narrow. They shrunk the road by 3 feet on either side. I cannot get through with a 11-foot plow blade, which is a standard plow blade made by Boss Snow Plows. I cannot get down the center of that road with my plow in the winter. How do you think a fire truck or a tender is going to get through that road? They're not. I spoke with Susie the other day in a much heated conversation that led into some personal things as well, or came from some personal things as well. But if you drive down 4th, which a lot of people do, is it's a connection street. When you hit 8th, it drops that 3 feet. I've watched 3 teenagers, yes, they were going too fast, almost roll their vehicle. I've spoken to Kalispell Police Department. I've spoken to the Public Works Director. and neither seem to care. There are kids almost hit on that street every day. In that neighborhood in general, kids are almost hit. People walking their dogs. I back in my work trailers every night, and I can't even back them in my driveway in a neighborhood that's supposed to be 25 miles an hour because people come off a stop sign to zoom up, and they're honking their horn, what they want to get home to. But I see the issue a block away where people hit that at even 25 and their cars dunk, and there's a major issue. Yet nobody's holding the Public Works Department accountable. Now the Public Works Department, this is where it leads into, is attacking me. My home was built prior to 1950. The deed says 1950. It was originally 2 lots. The person at the time built a little cabin there. That cabin got tore down, got the signature from the city to move in a house off of Trumbull Creek. They dropped that house in there. They tied into my sewer. Okay, it was 2003. I didn't own the home then. There's an issue. Backs up into my house. The Public Works Department wipes their hands clean. Now, when I want to maintain my property and maintain my fence and maintain my yard so I have a nice home, up the value of the neighborhood, up the value of my property, it becomes an issue. All because I complained to the Public Works Department that 8th Avenue was handled poorly. So not only did Keith stalk my property for multiple days in a row, and I have 2 other witnesses on it, he had his surveyor come out and trespass on my property. No notice, nothing. Yet nobody's holding the Public Works Department accountable. And I know this isn't the only issue. I know they're attacking me because I don't like when people present themselves like I do and say, no, you're wrong. I'm going to hold you accountable. There's a safety issue. Something's been wrong here. And now we're getting the backlash from it. The last thing I'd like to touch on is the warming center. And as I have mixed feelings about this, being that I don't think we should give handouts, I think they do some good. But I have recently heard that now the Samaritan House, right next to the school there, is now going to take overflow from the warming center. So not only do we have a homeless drug problem over by the warming center and Albertsons and the fairgrounds, now we're bringing it even closer to the neighborhoods and spreading it into another neighborhood by allowing the Samaritan House to bring in these homeless people. And I have no problem with getting a hand up and helping these people out. But allowing people to just have free night stays overnight and come into the neighborhoods and run their drugs and riffraff and steal, it's a serious problem. So please consider that when that topic comes your way, and be sure that it's not in our neighborhoods. We don't need to be evergreen. We don't need pot shops next to schools. So I thank you guys for holding that one up. But again, that comes back to the police issue of there's not enough personnel to handle what we have, and the little things, quote, little things get slumped aside. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. If you need any clarification on that.
Are we permitted to speak about the Tronstead Meadows tonight or not?
When I bring that up
Yeah,
as a
okay.
topic. Isn't
Okay,
it?
great.
Yep. Any other just general public comment? See none, we're going to close that and move on to our first action item this evening. G is Experimental Aircraft Association Parking Lot Conditional Use Permit. This item considers a conditional use permit for the construction of a parking lot at 1825 Airport Road at the Kalispell City Airport. Mr. Russell, presentation?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, and I'll turn it over to our senior planner, PJ Sorensen, to deliver the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Council. Brenton Battles has submitted an application for a conditional use permit for the construction of a parking lot at 1825 Airport Road, which is the Kalispell City Airport, to be associated with the new Experimental Aircraft Association Training and Educational Facility. The approximately 32-space parking lot would be located to the northwest of the northern end of the runway. The use as a training facility is permitted in the I-1 light industrial and P-1 public zoning districts. The parking lot is generally a permitted use under the zoning ordinance, but it's listed as a conditional use through the airport affected area ordinance due to the location of the parking in the runway protection zone, or RPZ. The facility building itself would be located outside of the RPZ. It's just a shot of where the building location would be. Actual location would be just a little bit to the southwest of this old foundation that was in place. As I mentioned, zoned I-1 and P-1, and commercial school is a permitted use. Growth policy map shows it as industrial and city airport, and rezoning isn't necessary for the project. The zoning ordinance incorporates the Kalispell City Airport Affected Area Ordinance, which was adopted in 2014 by reference. It establishes various zones around the airport, most of which address limiting the height of buildings and other objects to help protect flight paths of aircraft. At the ends of the runway, there are those areas designated as the runway protection zones, the RPZs. In those zones, potential uses are rather limited. One of the allowed uses is a parking lot, which is listed as a conditionally permitted use. The RPZ at the north end of the airport shown on the slide is the trapezoidal gray area. In addition, the property would be in a visual approach zone, which limits the height of the objects to below a 20-to-1 slope beginning a certain distance off the runway. This shows the overall layout of the parking. As you can see, it extends up through some existing asphalt right along the fence line adjacent to Airport Road. It was designed per the zoning ordinance. There are water and sewer that's incorporated into the overall plan, although it's not necessary for the parking lot itself, but would be serving the building. It is incorporated into the overall storm drainage design for the airport as a whole, and the property is flat without any environmental restraints, which would impact the development. The primary issue that came up is that the old existing pavement has not been maintained. It is in a failing condition. The alligator cracking and general degradation does not make it an acceptable surface. The paving would need to be repaired or replaced with an appropriate design to be designed and submitted by the applicant for review and approval by the site review committee, which is one of the conditions when it went through the planning commission. Since that time, they have submitted that to site review, and site review accepted the applicant's proposal for a 2-inch lift. With that, the Kalispell City Planning Commission adopted staff report KCU 2401 as findings of fact and recommended that the Kalispell City Council approve the conditional use permit subject to the 11 listed conditions, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Any public comments on the conditional use permit?
Mayor, Council, my name is Devin Kuntz. I reside at 659 Mountain View Drive in Kalispell. I'm the secretary of the local chapter of the EAA, Chapter 102. President Battles could not make it this evening. Should you have questions of me as a member of the board of directors and the local outfit, please feel free to inquire. It's been a vision of our chapter for a long time to see this come to fruition. So if you have reservations, please let me know.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Up to council for a motion. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that the Kalispell City Council approve a request from Brenton Battles for conditional use permit KCU-24-01, a conditional use permit to allow the construction of a parking lot within the airport runway protection zone, subject to the 11 conditions of approval.
Second.
Second, thank you, Mr. Fisher. Discussion on the motion? Okay. Now roll call vote.
Counselor Graham,
Aye.
Counselor Dowd,
Aye.
Counselor Fisher,
Aye.
Counselor Hunter,
Aye.
Counselor Nunley,
Aye.
Counselor Carlson,
Aye.
Counselor Gabrielle,
Aye.
Mayor Johnson.
Aye, motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Tronstad Meadows Whitetail Crossing Growth Policy Amendment, Annexation, Zoning, and Preliminary Plat. This item considers adopting, revising, or rejecting a growth policy amendment, approving annexation and initial zoning of R3 residential, and preliminary plat approval for 380 lots on 110.5 acres on property located on the north side of Tronstad Road between Highway 93 North and Whitefish Stage Road, opposite of Sarasuk Lane. Mr. Russell, you want to do a staff presentation and hit some other items on this one real quick?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, several items to address. One of them is, and first and foremost, actually we received an email from Councilmember Hunter this morning looking for clarification on the resolutions and how they were worded and whether they represented the zoning aspect or the annexation. And in reviewing them, in all honesty, they could use clarified. They related more to the zoning aspect versus the actual annexation within the growth policy. So as that, we've submitted 3 resolutions that clarify those for council. Now, the staff reports are right on track, and they have been throughout the whole process. So there is no legal requirement in terms of postponing the agenda item, but council certainly can if they would like to, based on, we would recommend the consideration of 3 different resolutions that more clearly specify the annexation component as the requested action. So I guess first off, I don't know if you want to seek what council wants to do on that before we go any further. Because
Yeah.
what we could do is go through the staff report, get questions from council, and, just as we normally would, take public comment. I know people have come here to do that. And then before any action, we could actually postpone it to the next meeting for actual action on it. That way, all the resolutions would be published. Again, there's no requirement to do that, but if council thinks that would aid in the process, can certainly do that. So I guess maybe first off, it wouldn't be bad to get thoughts and opinions on that.
Yeah, no, we emailed about it. I talked with Councilman Hunter about this earlier today as well, but one of the things I like is the transparency, things in black and white. I do not like drafting from the bench. Mistakes can be made, and I want to make sure that the council packets that go out to get reviewed by the public are what we're actually going to vote on. So when they're not necessarily material change within the documentation, but having that, as you say, Mr. Hunter, clear, because I'd circled mine with a question mark as well, I think it would behoove the council to move forward with the staff presentation, have that done, take the public comment, because we do have members of the public here, and then have Mr. Dowd school us on how do we postpone an item from here until the next on the agenda. And then my thought would be we'd pick it up in 2 weeks, starting back more with, once again, I'd open it for public comment, and then we would move on. I don't know that I'd necessarily have staff do another presentation in 2 weeks, but gives time for some more public comment. We've received quite a bit already, but I think if we did that, I just think it's perfectly transparent and everything's clear in black and white what we're looking at. So is that general consensus of the council?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I hope the public understands that. So, I mean, it's no action this evening, but we will have the staff presentation. We'll take the public comment. And in all reality, it gives us 2 more weeks to digest everything that we've received, the volumes of emails that we've received. And then look at that in the next 2 weeks where we would then pick it up to make a decision. So on the 4 items, and I do just want to clarify, typically when I have multiple items like this on an agenda, I will take the presentation, I will take public comment, And then I close public comment and we move directly on to each item, from the growth policy amendment to the annexation to the first reading on zoning and preliminary plat. I don't open it up for public comment at every step because these things are so intertwined that I want all the public comment up front on these decisions. So I just want to lay that out so everybody understands the normal process that we take in these. So with that, Mr. Russell, can you do a presentation, then I'll open the meeting for public comment on this item?
Yeah, and I'll turn it over to Senior Planner PJ Sorensen here in a minute. But another item to address, and you've seen multiple times, accusations of infringing upon right to participate, right to know, because public comment's not included in the packet. Ironically, those accusations have come in after the packet's been submitted out to the public. So there'd be no way to even include those comments into the public agenda packet. But nowhere am I aware that there would be a requirement that all public comment goes. And if you play that out, again, not only would you not be able to include any public comment that doesn't come in before the agenda item goes out, but then you open it up and you're not creating a staff agenda for the council's consideration, but you're opening it up to anyone that wants to put in any information and then claim that same effect. Again, the public comment is a right to participate, and they're giving that comment to the council for consideration as they make decisions related to it. And nowhere would I believe that there could be that valid argument that you're infringing upon the right to know or right to participate. Nothing's being withheld. All that comment is available for anyone that wants to consider it. But this is a staff agenda item to the council for that consideration. So just wanted to address that one. They also had some accusations about an updated TIS report submitted by on behalf of the developer, but left out some of the language within state law that has been addressed within the legislative arena to try and avoid people coming in at last minute with claims that things have changed to make it addressed it. And I know PJ will talk a little bit more about that in his presentation, because there's specific components that the outcome of the TIS has substantial change, and that fundamentally changes the perception of council. Well, nothing changed within the outcome or design of these for that specific subdivision. So just wanted to address a couple of those allegations that came in. And again, I know PJ will talk a little bit more about the traffic design component in the staff report. So with that, I am happy to turn it over to Senior Planner PJ Sorensen to deliver that staff report.
All right, thank you, Mayor Council. Frank Garner and Montana 7 Properties submitted applications for Tronstead Meadows and Whitetail Crossing, including requests for a growth policy amendment extending the city annexation boundary to encompass this property, annexation of the property, initial zoning of R3 residential, and preliminary plat approval for 380 lots on approximately 110.5 acres, which would include lots, roads, and common areas. The property is located on the north side of Tronstead Road, between Highway 93 North and Whitefish Stage Road, opposite of Searcheck Lane. The Planning Commission held a duly noticed public hearing on April 9th and forwarded its recommendation to the council. As with most proposals, all of the necessary land use actions are considered at the same time, which allows for a full picture of the development to be seen rather than one sliver at a time. This proposal has actually moved through a longer process than most because there are 2 extra council meetings with the growth policy amendment. Also, I would note that because there is a plat, there was a specified time limit for review under state law. Because of those factors, the process we have been following has been the pace we need to follow. The proposed development is in an area that is primarily residential in character, but includes a mixture of commercial, light industrial, and agricultural uses. The area is becoming increasingly urban in nature, with Silverbrook Estates and Quail Meadows having developed to the west, Eagle Valley Ranch developing to the south, Stillwater Village receiving preliminary plat to the west, Farm District mixed-use development receiving approval on Church Drive to the north, and the Dusty Acres annexation to the south. As far as utilities, there's city water and sewer in place, extending down to within about 500 feet of the development down Tronstead Road, as well as a water line that runs up in that general direction. As far as neighboring uses, as I mentioned, it is a mix. You've got storage units to the south. There's several larger tract county single-family residential developments to the north and south. There's urban scale residential development to the west, city commercial. There's county commercial, including some quasi-industrial uses, as well as the ag use that's to the east. The highway itself is a principal arterial, Whitefish Stage is a major collector, and Tronstead has a future classification as a major collector. This is a shot of the property looking to the north. It's currently zoned R2.5 in the county. What's proposed is City R3. I would note that immediately adjacent is Quail Meadows, which the council annexed in 2020, and the council also unanimously rezoned R3 in 2022. The Kalispell Growth Policy Future Land Use Map designates the property as suburban residential, which is the lowest density residential designation in the city and anticipates up to 4 units per acre. With 110.5 acres, up to 442 units per acre would be allowed. In this situation, 380 or 3.4 units per acre are what are proposed. R1, R2, R3, and R4 zoning districts are all specifically supported by the suburban residential designation. The growth policy encourages a variety of residential development that provides housing for all sectors and income levels in the community. The property is adjacent to both the city limits and the annexation urban growth boundary established in the growth policy. If annexed, the growth policy would support the requested R3 zone, and the impacts of applying the R3 residential district are largely addressed through the subdivision and building permit reviews. This slide is showing the overall growth policy planning area for the city of Kalispell. It's the colored area on there, as well as the annexation boundary, which is the darker shaded area within that colored area. The property we're talking about is located right about there, right in the north end. The growth policy has 3 primary residential designations: suburban residential, which allows up to 4 units per acre, urban residential, which is up to 12 units per acre, and high-density residential, which is up to 20 to 40 units per acre. Again, only 3.4 units per acre are proposed, less than any of the 3 designations. This is showing an exhibit from Resolution 5129B, dated August 7th, 2006, and I added the zoomed-in legend on the left for clarity. In that resolution, the council added the area east of the Stillwater River and north of Reserve to the growth policy, with this property designated as the same suburban residential with up to 4 units per acre that is provided for today. Yeah, the location that we're looking at is right in this area up there. Before I go further, I do want to clarify what a growth policy is and what it isn't. A growth policy is not a regulation and should not be interpreted in the same way statute or ordinance is. A growth policy is a guiding document that provides direction to the city for land use regulations and decisions, and it must be substantially complied with, although strict compliance is specifically not required under state law. And also per state law, a land use proposal cannot be denied or conditioned based solely on compliance with the growth policy. An existing growth policy can be amended, and any amendment should not be at odds with or clearly inconsistent with the growth policy as a whole, as noted in both the Ash Grove and Heffernan cases. In fact, since the adoption of the growth policy in 2017, the city has updated and amended the growth policy several times as part of an ongoing review of the growth policy, including adoption of the water and sewer facility plans in 2019 and 2020, and the transportation plan in 2021 that were incorporated into the growth policy. There were mapping updates such as near UPS and Meridian Road in 2019, near the theaters at Hutton Ranch in 2020, along Airport Road in 2021, and a portion of Eagle Valley Ranch in 2022, in addition to expanding the annexation boundary to include Majestic Valley and the land to the northeast of the Church Drive interchange in 2019, with that area right up there. Perhaps one of the most significant issues relating to this proposal is the question of annexation. The annexation policy was adopted by the city in 2011, and it became part of the growth policy. According to the policy, the annexation policy map, quote, provides a graphic policy statement showing a boundary around the city where direct annexation upon request by a property owner would likely be supported. Those areas beyond the annexation boundary would require additional scrutiny and possibly be subject to various alternative methods, both in terms of the method of annexation as well as the timing and provision of municipal services. The annexation boundary map is a general policy statement, not a fixed regulatory document. The boundary addresses the impacts of logical development patterns and growth within the city that would occur over the next 5 to 10 years, which would be right around 2021. It's important to note that this proposal is not a change in the growth policy land use map or the planned density for the area. It really is just applying your existing growth and annexation policies that have been on the books since 2006 and 2011. The growth policy amendment process is the mechanism we've used to bring this forward for discussion and to shift the boundary on the map if approved. The existing annexation policy, which again is currently part of the growth policy, spells out how to handle properties requesting annexation that are located outside of the boundary. Section 2A2 of the annexation policy states that when a petition is submitted by a property owner, as is the case here, the planning board or planning commission would review the merits of the annexation and make a recommendation based on promoting a logical and efficient development pattern within the city. Specifically, the policy lists direct annexation, waivers of protest of annexation, and annexation districts as possibilities. Section 2A2B1 goes on to state that direct annexation is available if it meets two or more of the following criteria. One being that the property lies in the immediate path of additional annexations, which form a logical extension of the city. Two is the property lies within the existing service area of the fire department. And three is the annexation achieves one or more key goals of the growth policy or provides a necessary community connection, facility, or infrastructure component. First, there have been several annexations and developments in the immediate vicinity of the subject property, with an extensive amount of development occurring north of the Stillwater River. Just since 2020, there's been the Schwager Quail Meadows annexation immediately adjacent to the subject property in 2020. The Ponderosa Vet annexation on Ponderosa Lane, 2021. The Farm District at Church Drive and Highway 93 in 2022. And Dusty Acres just south of Tronstead and Highway 93 in 2024. Additionally, there has been substantial development within the city's subdivisions in the area, which has created and continues to create development pressure in the north area of Kalispell. Quail Meadows developed adjacent to the property with final plat in 2022. Stillwater Bend received final plat in 2023. Kalispell North Town Center's most recent final plat was also in 23. Silverbrook Estates' most recent final plat, also 23, and Eagle Valley Ranch Phases 2 and 3 were final platted in 2022. All of those subdivisions have seen an extensive amount of pending and actual construction. In addition, there have been preliminary plats approved for new subdivisions at Stillwater Village and Silverbrook Estates to the west of the subject property, as well as an extension of the annexation boundary along Church Drive just to the north of this property in 2019. Furthermore, while adjoining the existing annexation boundary established in 2011, the property is well within the planning area for the city of Kalispell. As I noted earlier, it is shown as suburban residential on the growth policy land use map and has been shown that way since 2006, which anticipates residential development with city R1, R2, R3, or R4 residential zoning at up to 4 units per acre. The proposed development, again, would be zoned R3 with approximately 3.4 per acre. The city has anticipated growth to occur within its planning area and would expect both this property and the surrounding area to eventually develop to an urban standard. As a side note on here, one of the reasons that we're seeing pressures towards the north and to the west is the city of Kalispell and the growth area really kind of narrows down as you get between the river and Lone Pine. On the east side, you've got Flathead River and Evergreen, and generally that's been what's pushing development into this arc in the west and to the north. The Kalispell Public Works Department reviewed the most recent facility planning and other documents relating to infrastructure capacities. Based on that review, Public Works concluded that the city of Kalispell would have no issues providing services to the development as proposed that won't be mitigated by the development through design and construction efforts. And with that, turned over to Public Works to address a few of those issues related to that.
Thank you, PJ. Per the City of Kalispell's Extension of Services Plan and the standards for design and construction, new development is required to provide any upgrades necessary to serve it. As developments come to the city for annexation and preliminary plat, most of the detailed design engineering is yet to be completed. For projects such as this, city staff reviews current capacities and infrastructure to determine whether the existing infrastructure can support the proposed growth. If the existing infrastructure cannot support the proposed development, the development must provide upgrades to the city infrastructure as necessary to accommodate the proposed growth. The City of Kalispell's water system currently consists of 2 pressure zones. The upper pressure zone, shown in blue, serves the higher elevation areas on the north and west portions of Kalispell, and the lower pressure zone feeds the lower elevations on the south and east portions of Kalispell. The proposed development is shown in green and would be served by the upper pressure zone. Next slide. One of the things city engineering staff reviews for new development is if there's enough water capacity to serve the proposed development. The upper pressure zone currently has 5 groundwater wells and a booster pump station that pumps from the lower zone to the upper zone. One measure to determine available capacity is the firm capacity. This is the water production capacity of the system with the largest well out of service. This simple analysis takes a conservative look at the water system and assumes a scenario of how the system would operate with the largest producing well out of service. We compare this production ability to the max day demand. Go ahead and click. This typically occurs during the peak irrigation months of the year in July and August. In the last 6 years, the highest max day was 6.1 million gallons. For our current wells, we can produce 7.54 million gallons per day with all wells and 5.34 million gallons a day with our largest well out of service. This is why we've been working on the design construction of 2 new wells for the upper pressure zone, which will both be online within the next year, and with the 4 Mile Drive well coming on in the next month or so. With the addition of these new wells into the upper pressure zone, we have the ability to produce 10.48 MGD, and our firm capacity increases to 8.26 MGD. When we compare that capacity to the max days from the last 6 years, we have over 2 million gallons per day of available capacity. In other words, with our new wells online and our largest well as a service, we have the ability to serve about 2,000 new homes within the upper pressure zone before needing additional wells. Subdivision regulations require existing water rights to be transferred to the city. Proportionate irrigation and surface water rights will be required to be transferred to the city if this development moves forward. Additionally, the location of the current Koenig well, planned to be in the center of the subdivision park, would provide a great location for a growth-related well to augment our upper pressure zone. This graphic is from the water facility plan and shows when we need to construct new water wells. The light blue line represents the upper pressure zone and the green line represents the lower pressure zone. The first circle represents where we are today with the construction of the 4 Mile Drive well and the tower well. Based on growth projections, we'll need a new well coming online in about 2026 for the upper pressure zone. Another system capacity we look at is water storage. There are 3 types of storage we analyze. First, we look at emergency storage. Emergency storage provides water for domestic consumption during events such as a transmission main failure or power outage or natural disaster. This is set at 50% of the average day demand. Secondly, we look at operational storage. Operational storage is determined by the water model and is based on when a short-term demand exceeds the available water supply. This was determined to be 18% of the max day demand for the upper pressure zone. And finally, we look at fire storage. Fire storage provides 4 hours of storage for a single fire within a 24-hour period. We use our highest fire demand requirement of 4,000 gallons per minute that would be in a commercial zone. Over 4 hours, that comes out to 960,000 gallons. Based on these 3 types of storage, we use 2 criteria to verify we have appropriate storage for each pressure zone. Criteria 1 is the sum of the operational storage and fire storage, and criteria 2 is the sum of the operational storage and emergency storage. Currently, we have 2 million gallons of storage in the Sheepherder tank and 100,000 gallons of storage in the Buffalo Hill elevated tank for a total of 2.1 million gallons. However, in the summertime, we take the elevated tank out of service to make the system work correctly, which is when our max day occurs, so we calculate our available storage only considering the Sheepherder tank. Based on this analysis, our existing system is right at the cusp of needing additional storage. This is why we're working on construction of a new water tank. In 2025, we will have our new storage tank in service, which will add another 1 million gallons to our storage capacity. Similar to our well planning, our water facility plan also helps us identify when additional water storage will be needed. The water storage tank currently under construction is a product of this planning effort and will help serve growth in the upper pressure zone. After this new tank is finished, based on growth projections, we'll be needing to be planning for our next 1 million gallon tank by about 2041. Concerning PFAS, EPA has set maximum contaminant levels for PFAS on April 10th of this year. Prior to that, PFAS was an emerging contaminant. It was an emerging contaminant on the emerging contaminant list, and the city of Kalispell had identified city production wells that had detections for these man-made chemicals. When comparing the sampling results to the new limits set by EPA, 4 wells have been identified as having PFAS, with 1 well above the acceptable maximum contaminant level. All city water sources are fed from deep groundwater wells ranging from 300 to 600 feet below the ground surface. The city did not add PFAS into the groundwater, but has detected PFAS chemicals from sampling events at 4 source water locations. The city has procured a consultant to support the funding and engineering necessary to address mitigation measures as a result of the detection of PFAS. At the June 10th council work session, the city will discuss the results of testing, the new rule, as well as action items for moving forward. Options include replacement of wells or treatment. Interested public are encouraged to attend, and additionally, there's a dedicated webpage with up-to-date information at the link on that slide. Sanitary sewer. On the sanitary sewer side of things, 2 sanitary sewer lift stations would need to be analyzed to accommodate the proposed development. Lift station 39 is on the south side of Silverbrook. This lift station was installed with an empty parallel wet well for future growth. Additionally, a valve manifold and 2 force mains were installed to accommodate the second wet well when needed. Currently, both River's Edge Subdivision and Stillwater Village are evaluating the existing capacity of the lift station to determine what upgrades may be necessary to accommodate flows from their development. This development would flow to the same lift station and would need to complete the same analysis. Lift Station 36, just north of the Stillwater River, is currently in design for replacement. This is a city-led design. The design would accommodate 1,000 gallons per minute peak hour flow. The modeling for the lift station sizing included growth areas on Tronstad Road, as well as the newly annexed Dusty Acres and build-out of the current annexed areas upstream of the lift station. Based on a 3% growth rate, the lift station will be sized for 20 years of upstream growth. Concerning stormwater, standard stormwater requirements will apply to the development such as on-site detention to historic off-flow rates, on-site stormwater quality treatment, and stormwater conveyance piping sized to accommodate the 10-year storm event. Based on the analysis of existing city infrastructure, the city is able to serve the development. Any upgrades to existing infrastructure necessary to serve the development, such as potential upgrades to Lift Station 39, will be the responsibility of the development.
All right, thanks, Keith. The subject property does lie within the immediate path of actual and anticipated development, being that the property is adjacent to both the existing city limits and the annexation boundary, as well as being within about 500 feet of existing city utilities and within an area the city has the ability to serve. The annexation of the property would create a logical extension of the city. If the property is not annexed, it will create an obstacle to the logical extension of the city in this direction by adding additional costs to developments beyond this property, which will need to install utility lines across this frontage to reach their property, impacting the availability and affordability of housing in the community. Providing available and attainable housing is an important aspect of the growth policy. The second criteria is whether the property lies within the existing service area of the fire department. The fire department confirmed that the property is within the existing mutual aid service area of the fire department. The city supplies West Valley Fire with mutual aid when they make a request or if the call comes into dispatch as an advanced life support call. If West Valley requests a city response to a fire or medical call, that location is within a 5-minute response time from Station 62. If annexed, it would be within the jurisdictional area of the fire department, and the fire chief has confirmed that they can be served by the city. The third criteria is whether the annexation achieves one or more key goals of the growth policy or provides a necessary community connection, facility, or infrastructure component. The proposed annexation can be supported by several goals and policies contained in the growth policy. Number one, under the economy goal 2, monitor the growth trends within the valley in order to be in tune with the changing economy. I would note here that a recent study by the Bureau of Business and Economic Research at the University of Montana from February of 23 found that, quote, Flathead County needs to add almost 1,500 more housing units each year in the next 10 years to accommodate what we consider to be a very conservative scenario for population growth from new in-migration. Over a 10-year period, the cumulative amount of new housing additions are estimated to be 14,800 for the county. The adequacy of any single development or even groups of developments to address the housing challenges faced by the coming years should be judged against this aggregate need. Given the proximity of city services, the subject property is located in a prime location to accommodate some of that growth. The existing land use designation of suburban residential provides for the development of the property for residential uses. The growth policy also includes other housing goals. One, to encourage housing types to provide housing for all income sectors and income levels within the community. To provide an adequate supply and mix of housing that meets the needs of present and future residents in terms of cost, type, design, and location. To encourage the development of urban residential neighborhoods as the primary residential use pattern in the growth policy area. These developments should incorporate design features that are either consistent with or anticipate the changing character of the area. And then also low-density residential suburban neighborhoods should be developed at a density that does not exceed 4 dwelling units per acre on an overall site basis. Also, an issue currently facing business and industry in the city is the availability and affordability of housing, which directly impacts the workforce. In order to adequately staff businesses, there must be an available workforce that is able to find and afford housing in the community. Providing additional housing helps serve that need and improves the business climate. The growth policy in Chapter 5 on the natural environment, while recognizing the importance of minimizing the impact of development, also includes goals stating that the city should, quote, encourage higher density mixed-use developments on lands within and close to the city limits, and discourage large lot developments without public infrastructure. The purpose behind those goals is to keep growth within an area immediately around existing urban growth utilizing city services such as sewer. By keeping growth in those areas and supported by infrastructure, the natural environment of the valley as a whole is better protected than by allowing sprawl to consume outlying areas. While the natural environment chapter of the growth policy generally discourages the development of agricultural lands outside of the annexation policy boundary, the policies must be viewed in light of, one, the general growth management of the city, particularly of properties adjacent to the city limits as the city grows. Two, the need to review and update the annexation boundary over time. And three, balancing goals to preserve agricultural land with goals relating to housing, growth, and other interests. The location of the property immediately adjacent to the city limits and the existing annexation boundary, and with the proximity to city services, the annexation of the property would support on balance the goals and policies of the growth policy. Chapter 8 of the growth policy on transportation includes a policy to coordinate land use and transportation so higher intensity development is located in well-established areas near arterial and collector streets. The subject property is located on Tronstead Road, which has a future classification as a major collector under the transportation plan. Tronstead connects with Highway 93 north to the west, which is a principal arterial, and Whitefish Stage Road to the east, which is a major collector. The road network, particularly in conjunction with upgrades related to the TIS for the proposed subdivision, would support the annexation under this policy. Chapter 9, under public infrastructure services, there's several goals and policies relating to water, sewer, stormwater management, police, fire, and ambulance services, which support the requested annexation. And as discussed by the Public Works Department previously in their memo on capacity to serve, as well as tonight, the city will have no issues providing services to the development as proposed that won't be mitigated by the development through design and construction. Additionally, emergency services can be provided to the property. An alternative in the annexation policy to achieving one or more key goals of the growth policy is the provision of a necessary community connection facility or infrastructure component. The proposed development includes a traffic signal and rebuilt intersection at Highway 93 North and Tronstead Road, which would help improve existing deficiencies. Additionally, there is a well on the property which would help contribute to the city water supply. Both those improvements to infrastructure would result from the annexation and development of the property. Based on the foregoing, the proposal would meet all three of the criteria for direct annexation. Second methods available if the property meets the majority of the following criteria. One, property is outside of the city's annexation boundary. In this case, it lies outside but adjacent to the boundary. Two, the property lies in the immediate path of additional annexations. That was addressed as part of direct annexation. Three, the property is in an area that may be adjacent to existing city services such as sewer, water, fire service in the next 10 to 20 years. In this case, the property is adjacent to the city limits and existing infrastructure is within approximately 500 feet, and it's already within the city's fire service area. Four, the property is within the service area of the Kalispell Fire Department, serviceable by existing or proposed extensions to municipal water or sewer. That was addressed as part of direct annexation. Five, services within the property that can be provided in the near term by other than municipal means, such as private road users agreements or homeowners associations, until the time that the city actually annexes the property. As typical with city subdivisions, park area and stormwater management would likely be accomplished as private aspects of the subdivision and homeowners association. Otherwise, all typical city services can be provided, and the delay in annexation is not necessary to serve the property. And finally, development of the property achieves one or more key goals of the growth policy. It provides the necessary community connection facility infrastructure component or community benefit, and that was also addressed as part of direct annexation. So in addition to meeting the criteria for direct annexation, the proposal would also meet the criteria for developing the property as proposed with the waiver of right to protest annexation. Using a waiver of protest, however, is not a preferred option, particularly in a situation such as this where it's adjacent to the city and services are available. In that scenario, it could develop to the same density with city services, but without some or all of the urban improvements that would typically come with a city subdivision, and that usually comes at a much greater cost to the city over time. Those issues are why the city has followed a policy of requiring immediate annexation in order to receive services. A third possibility is an annexation district, and the project meets the criteria for this as well. As with waivers of protest, an annexation district is not a preferred option and isn't really intended for situations where the property is adjacent to the city limits and city services. By meeting the criteria for annexation contained within the growth policy and the annexation policy, there does not need to be an additional valuation of the annexation request as part of a growth policy update. Nevertheless, an evaluation of the proposal as a map amendment under the criteria typically used for that type of request shows that the extension of the annexation boundary is supported. First, we typically look at whether there's been a change of circumstances under which the proposed plan amendment is being made that warrants its consideration. In the analysis of direct annexation criteria 1, the property would lie within the immediate path of additional annexations that form that logical extension of the city. There's also discussion developments in the vicinity that have recently occurred, which have made the city limits contiguous to this property and have brought those city limits to within 500 feet, city utilities to within 500 feet. Also, the proposed development includes a traffic signal and rebuilt intersection at Highway 93 North and Tronstead Road. And in addition, there's a well on the property which would help contribute to the city water supply. Those existing and proposed infrastructure projects in the area were not in place when the annexation policy was adopted. The new infrastructure in this area, including infrastructure that is part of the proposed development, supports the annexation. Second, does the proposed plan amendment further the overall goals and objective of the growth policy when considering the specific elements of the plan? And as outlined as part of the analysis of direct annexation, the annexation does achieve multiple key goals of the growth policy. It should also be noted that a cost of services analysis was conducted showing net revenue for the city at both the initial annexation and at full build-out. So to summarize, with all three annexation options supported by the policy criteria and the annexation policy, any of the three are potential avenues and all three would support the proposed subdivision. With direct annexation being an option, it would provide the most appropriate method of moving forward. As a general policy, the city requires annexation in order to provide services. While other methods are available, they are not preferred methods. In this instance, the method most consistent with recent annexations would be direct annexation, and it's recommended that that be the method used. As for the subdivision itself, you can see the general layout. We've got Tronstead on the southern portion of this. There are two accesses that come into the property. Two accesses are what are required under both the subdivision regulations and for fire code. There's roadway reserves and connections, although no actual connections to adjoining properties, including Highland Drive. There's not a developed connection, but would be a roadway reserve that could potentially be used if the people on Highland desired to connect into city services at some point in the future with a failing septic system or whatever the case may be. Providing those roadway reserves and future connections is a policy that the city has followed and is contained in our subdivision regulations and allows for the future extension of utilities and interconnectivity between subdivisions and enhances the overall transportation plan. Storm drainage plans would be reviewed by Public Works and the standards for design and construction. I would note that storm drainage and erosion control plans during construction help preserve topsoil during development. They plan for 4 phases, working clockwise from the southwest, basically in quarters, with the first phase, second, third, and fourth. There would be parks, homeowners parks included within the subdivision. 0.03 acres per lot or the equivalent recreational amenities is what is required under local regulations and state statutes. The overall site is generally flat without any major topographical or geological features limiting development, and there's no floodplain associated with the property. The applicant submitted a geotech report from All West from January of 23. Groundwater was encountered at depths of 10 to 22 feet. The report did not indicate any impediments to development to the site, but did include recommendations that should be followed relating to infrastructure and home construction. The subdivision does not contain any hazards listed under section 28.3.03 of the subdivision regulations that cannot be eliminated or mitigated by approved design and construction plans. There are no water features which would provide any aquatic or riparian habitat. There also does not appear to be any significant wildlife impacts based on information from Montana Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, which shows that the property does not provide important wildlife habitat. In addition, the environmental assessment provided by the applicant showed minimal wildlife habitat impacted by the development. As a residential development, there are no specific zoning or subdivision regulations that would require buffering between the subdivision and any adjacent properties. However, the applicant is intending to include a buffer, including potentially maintaining to the extent possible an existing band of trees which were planted along portions of the property line and or include fencing. The developer should work in conjunction with the Parks Department as well as part of the overall Parks and Landscaping Plan to provide a buffering plan that would be subject to the review and approval of the Parks Department. In terms of water and sewer, again, noting the location of the existing extensions that come down to approximately this point on Tronstead and then up at the midpoint on the west side of the property. As an aside, when there is a development proposed, the process involves, if approved, conditions that need to be met relating to necessary infrastructure. After the conditional approval by the council, a developer would design and, subject to city and state review, construct the required improvements. Improvements are not constructed prior to the approval. Before any lots can be sold, the developer comes back to the council for final plat approval, showing that the conditions have been satisfied. I would also note that the costs of designing and constructing the infrastructure related to this development, as with city subdivisions in general, are paid by the developer, both in terms of engineering and construction costs. It is not a taxpayer-funded project. Also, pursuant to state law and local regulations, impact fees for sewer, water, stormwater, police, and fire are not paid at the time the subdivision is developed. They are paid by the builder at the time a building permit is issued. Those fees are for more general system-wide impacts as opposed to the infrastructure extended for the project. It is also important to note that the city can only require a developer to mitigate their impacts, and any conditions need to both serve a legitimate government interest and to do so in a way that are roughly proportional to the development's impact. Going to water, and this was touched on earlier by Public Works, but water service to the subdivision would be provided by the city. The system would be reviewed and approved by the Kalispell Public Works Department under the standards for design and construction, as well as by DEQ. There is adequate capacity within the city's water system to accommodate the subdivision with the connection, and the city is able to serve the development. Proportionate water rights would be required to be dedicated to the city of Kalispell under the subdivision regulations. There is an existing agricultural well that would be transferred to the city, along with adequate space for a municipal water well facility building. We understand that there are other water rights associated with the well, and only the applicant's rights would be transferred. We also understand that the existing ag well would need to be replaced with one for domestic service if the water rights are used at this location. Sewer service to the subdivision would also be provided by the city of Kalispell. This sewer system, as with water, would be reviewed and approved by the Kalispell Public Works Department and the standards for design and construction, as well as DEQ. Capacity analysis of downstream gravity main, force main, and lift stations would need to be performed with each phase of the development, and upgrades required to accommodate sanitary sewage flows would be required to be completed as part of the project development, and any associated costs would be borne by the development. There's adequate capacity within the city sewer system to accommodate the subdivision with the connection, and the city is able to serve the development. Both police and fire services can and would be provided by the city of Kalispell. As part of engineering design review, fire protection, including fire flow and hydrant location, will be reviewed by the fire department. Fire Station 62 is located approximately 2.75 miles away, providing good response time. In addition, as part of one of the new phases of Silverbrook to the west, a new fire station is planned, which would provide additional coverage as well as the Public Works maintenance storage facility. Also, solid waste collection can be provided throughout the subdivision by the city of Kalispell, and there's sufficient capacity within the landfill. For access and roads, as I mentioned, the access to the subdivision would be provided from two access points on Tronstead Road, which is an existing road that connects 93 to the west and Whitefish Stage to the east. Under the transportation plan, highway is the principal arterial, Whitefish Stage is a major collector, and Tronstead being a future classification is a major collector. The frontage of the property along Tronstead Road would need to be improved to an urban major collector standard in accordance with the transportation plan and City of Kalispell standards for design and construction. Full width improvements are required on the development side of the street, which would include but not necessarily be limited to curb and gutter, street signage, striping, sidewalks, street lighting, boulevards, and landscaping. Minimum improvements on the eastbound lane of Tronstead Road would include full lane width and shoulder. Improvements would include dedication of 10 additional feet of right-of-way along the frontage in order to install the required standard improvements. These improvements would help mitigate impacts of the development and address some of the public comments related to Tronstead, such as the ditches and pedestrian access. If the property were developed outside of the city, it is unlikely that any of these improvements would be included. There would be one minor collector street within the subdivision, which is shown on the plat as an 80-foot middle north-south street. Other internal streets would be local streets. All internal streets would be built to either the collector or local design standards and would include, but not be limited to, sidewalks, landscape boulevards, streetlights, and curb gutter. Traffic impact study is required under city regulations. Developments are required to maintain or improve the level of service of existing roadways and intersections. The applicant provided a TIS from Able Traffic Services dated February of 2024. The study analyzed the projected impacts of the proposed development on roadway capacity and intersections. I would note that, as is consistent with the preparation of any TIS, there is a seasonal adjustment used, and there's nothing inherently incorrect with the TIS conducted in the winter. The TIS concluded the proposed subdivision would not create any roadway capacity issues, provided that mitigation measures are implemented, specifically a traffic signal at the intersection of Highway 93 North and Tronstead Road. In regard to Whitefish Stage, the TIS indicated that improvements may not be necessary depending upon MDT improvements to Whitefish Stage Road. However, the TIS does show a drop in level of service at that intersection that may need to be mitigated as well. I would add that a portion of Whitefish Stage north of Reserve will be improved as part of the West Reserve project beginning this summer, and that Whitefish Stage up to Highway 40 is planned by MDT for improvements as well, likely in the next 5 to 10 years. Public Works submitted the TIS to KLJ for third-party review, and based on that review, as well as comments from Mr. Nice of Greenlight Engineering from Oregon, the applicant prepared an update to the TIS, which reached the same conclusions, and the update was provided to Mr. Nice on May 14th. Additional analysis and amendments to the TIS may also be required as phases of the development are completed. This is just comparing the impact summary and recommendation sections from the two, with the February TIS on the left and the May on the right. And you'd find that they are word for word identical between the two. The main changes that were done were related to calculations and some of the technical aspects of the TIS. Would note that there was some public comment that did ask for a new hearing due to the updated TIS. The update did not materially change the conclusions of the TIS. MCA section 76-3-615 provides that a governing body would determine whether public comments or other information presented at the public hearing constitutes relevant new information regarding the subdivision or a substantial change to the design that has never been submitted as evidence or considered by either the governing body or its agent agency and has a substantial effect on the governing body's consideration of the application. Any subsequent hearing would be limited to the new information, the TIS, for purposes of considering the findings, conclusions, and conditions relating to that information. There have been some public comments relating to a provision in the Highway 93 North Area Plan that states that direct access onto 93 should be limited within 3/4 of a mile from Church Drive interchange in order to try to avoid congestion and future traffic signals, and that judicious use of right-in, right-out approaches, frontage roads, and internal design would mitigate the need for direct access. First, since the property does not abut the highway, there is no direct access onto Highway 93. Second, Tronstead is 3/4 of a mile from Church Drive, which is why that distance was part of the plan. That provision is specifically addressing the area between Tronstead and Church Drive with the interchange at the north end of that. Third, the transportation plan calls out both Tronstead and a future extension of Church Drive as major collectors. With roadway connections to the adjacent properties, connection between the two roads would be created, and if and when those properties were to develop, they would mirror Silverbrook on the west side of the highway. So you'd have Tronstead as a collector, extension of Church Drive as a collector, and then a collector running up through this subdivision and potentially connecting up to the north, very similar to what you'd have on the west side. At the Planning Commission, the intersection of Tronstead and the highway was one of the main topics of discussion. Most involved would agree that improvements, including a signal, would need to be installed, but the question really related to timing. With the current state of the road, the original staff report conditions included a requirement that the improvements be installed as early in the phasing of the development as allowed by MDT. The condition was amended by the Planning Commission with the additional line stating that in order to ensure that the signal is ready to be installed when allowed by MDT, an approved design and financing mechanism shall be in place prior to final plat of the first phase of the development. After the Planning Commission meeting, and in order to clarify the issue, MDT provided the city with a letter which agreed conceptually with certain improvements subject to an approved engineering design and, among other things, a developer's agreement. In a nutshell, MDT would allow the majority of the intersection improvements to occur prior to the first phase of the subdivision. Improvements would include the road realignment, a northbound right turn lane onto Tronstead, the reconstruction of left turn lanes onto the highway, and underground infrastructure for the signals. In addition, MDT agreed to pay the cost of realigning the northbound and southbound left turn lanes. Phase 2 of the intersection improvements would be the installation of the traffic signal and any needed ADA or pedestrian facilities at the intersection. The timing of the installation of the signal would need to be based on MDT approval, which would not only take actual homes constructed into account, but would also potentially take other background data into account, which could accelerate the timing of the installation of the signal. Based on the information in the TIS, it is anticipated that that would be no later than late in Phase 2 or earlier in Phase 3 of the subdivision, but could potentially occur sooner. In regard to schools, on average, it would be anticipated that there would be about 190 students, K through 12, from the neighborhood at full build-out. Montana code states that the governing body may not deny approval of proposed subdivision based solely on the subdivision's impacts on educational services. As relating to agricultural land, the property is undeveloped, although the recent use of the property has been for agricultural purposes. There are no direct impacts on adjoining agricultural uses. According to the Kalispell Growth Policy Resources and Analysis section, Important Farmlands map, the property may contain some prime farmland if irrigated. It is important to note that the property has changed hands and was rezoned in the county to residential. Has been planned since 2006 for city residential development at this density, and the agriculture use is not intended to continue whether it is developed in the city or in the county. With the location of the property immediately adjacent to the city limits and the existing annexation boundary and within the proximity of city services, the annexation development of the property would support on balance the goals and policies of the growth policy. By allowing higher density development within the city's growth policy area, it can be reasonably expected that more farmland can be conserved because of the availability of residential and commercial lots within the Kalispell growth policy boundary, which limits sprawl into further outlying areas of the valley. Since growth is occurring, and it is more of a question of where and not if that growth would occur, 380 homes can be constructed on these 110 acres in the city, or only 30 to 40 homes could be developed in the county. If all 380 homes are pushed into the county, over 1,000 acres of farmland could potentially be developed for just these units, with that impact multiplied with similar projects if that became the city's policy, not to mention likely much higher costs of the homes on larger acreages. In addition, relying solely on infill lots artificially increases the price of those lots due to a restriction in supply. There were quite a few comments at the public hearing and comments the city received in writing, which were provided to you. All the comments have been reviewed and considered individually by staff, the Planning Commission during its hearing, and City Council, and the issues raised have been addressed in the findings of fact and conditions, or if not part of the review criteria have been otherwise addressed. In order to try to address those as efficiently as I can, the comments generally fall into the following broad topics. One related to notices, and at the Planning Commission hearing, there were comments about the provision of notice. Notice by both mail and in the paper were provided in accordance with state and local regulations. Second, with density, there were concerns about the density of the project. The findings reflect that 3.4 units per acre is less than the 4 units per acre allowed under the existing growth policy designation of suburban residential, which again is the least dense residential designation of the growth policy and has been planned for that type of development since 2006. Affordability, it is important to understand that affordability is not a requirement that the city can impose on the project under state law, which prohibits that type of a condition. The applicant stated that they are looking to provide homes below, at, and above median price, which is reflective of the local market and the cost of construction. The city has, however, looked to supply to help alleviate both housing availability and cost, which is influenced by supply and demand, and has been open to a variety of housing types on both ends of the spectrum, which meet the necessary design criteria. You have also received a number of comments supporting the project due to needed housing supply for the community as a whole. There were several aspects of the growth policy that were raised. First, as mentioned, the growth policy is not a regulation and should not be reviewed as such. It is a policy document that identifies issues and provides goals, policies, and recommendations to guide and provide direction for land use regulations and decisions. And there should be substantial compliance with that policy, but it is not a regulation itself. And state law provides that a land use proposal cannot be denied or conditioned based solely on compliance with the growth policy. That being said, relevant provisions of the growth policy are addressed throughout the staff report and this presentation, and the proposal is at least in substantial compliance, if not more so, with the use, density, and other aspects of the growth policy. The overall substantial consistency with the growth policy supports both the growth policy amendment and the proposal itself. Major consideration is that the suburban residential designation has been in place since 2006, providing for the zoning and density being requested. It is not a new use designation or a change density. The other provisions in the growth policy raised in public comment also tend to support the proposal rather than work against it. Rather than creating a piecemeal plan, the proposal is consistent with the growth policy as well as past decisions on proposed developments. Specific growth policy provisions raised in public comment include goals relating to walkable and bikeable neighborhoods and integrating into the surrounding neighborhood. First, creating walkable and bikeable neighborhoods is a goal of the growth policy. As with other developments in the city, the subdivision itself will have sidewalks throughout the subdivision and will improve the frontage to that standard as well. Other city developments in this corridor either have or will have bike paths along the highway frontage, including Kalispell North Town Center, Stillwater Bend, Eagle Valley Ranch, Stillwater Village, Dusty Acres, and Silverbrook. This project will help expand that network, and while not immediately connecting to an existing sidewalk, furthers the goal of a walkable and bikeable community as developments happen in the future that help complete a bike and pedestrian network, as we have seen with projects throughout the city. And also the design does integrate into the surrounding neighborhood, not just with the pedestrian provisions, but also with upgrades to the road infrastructure and other extensions of services. And additionally, while on smaller tracks, this is a residential proposal fitting into a primarily residential, but also mixed-use neighborhood. The general area is a mix of newer urban scale development with older large tract residential parcels and county subdivisions. The larger corridor has both commercial and quasi-industrial uses, including storage units on the opposite side of Tronstead, as well as uses such as a drilling company, animal clinic, fencing company, telecommunications provider, moving and storage business, janitorial supply, and a cannabis dispensary between the proposed development and the highway. These provisions were also noted in public comment. Goal 2 provides that city regulations should uphold both the general welfare of the community as a whole. And I think that the findings reflect that impacts, both positive and negative, are addressed. It is also important to recognize that the city review of this proposal also involves the property rights of the developer who is proposing to develop and use his property in conformance with city regulations and state law. Goal 3 and Goal 1 of Chapter 4A, the city has consistently relied on both of these goals in reviewing housing projects. They encourage a broad range of housing, and the city has furthered those goals in its approach to housing in general by approving projects that meet design criteria. We have not prohibited low-income or high-income housing with the goal of providing that mix over time and throughout the city. It is not intended to be viewed as a full mix for every individual project, and it is not a provision addressing any specific affordability issues tied to current median housing prices in the housing market. Goal 4 under Chapter 3, the proposal does utilize its proximity to a major arterial, Highway 93, a major collector in Whitefish Stage to the east, and fronting on a future classified major arterial. As noted in the findings, Chapter 8, Policy 2 on Transportation, that type of development is specifically encouraged in areas near those types of streets. Public comment also noted goals relating to the natural environment. City services, particularly sanitary sewer and storm drainage facilities, help protect the natural environment and should be encouraged rather than relying on things such as septic systems. Goal 5 relates to general comments regarding wildlife. The findings include discussion about wildlife impacts, and based on information from Fish and Wildlife, as well as the environmental assessment from the applicant, it was determined that besides no water features providing any aquatic or riparian habitat, there does not appear to be any significant wildlife habitats. Goal 9 calls for the city and county to work together to preserve agricultural land. I just mentioned how urban development of land adjacent to the city and in close proximity to services generally preserves more farmland throughout the overall area. Transportation goal is furthered by as discussed previously, by incorporating the project into the transportation plan, allowing for future connections and improving both the property's frontage on Tronstead and the intersection with the highway. Now, in regard to the water goal, Public Works addressed provisions of water earlier, and as reflected in the findings, that goal can also be met. Other comments included relating to taxes. We would anticipate a negligible impact relating to taxes. As noted in the findings, the developer pays to design and construct the infrastructure related to this project. There are no impact fees being paid for by taxes. Impact fees are paid for when a building permit is issued. Although not a regulatory criteria for annexation, a cost of services estimate shows net revenue to the city both at time of annexation and at full build-out. The negligible tax impact is particularly true for residents that are not in the city limits, since they would not pay city taxes in any case. Relating to schools, the findings include an estimate of the number of school-age children that might be expected to live in the subdivision. They also note that under state law, city cannot deny approval of a project based solely on the impact on schools. Relating to water, Public Works did discuss water in depth, and the findings address and conclude that there is the ability to serve the property with water. There were comments related to traffic, improvements to the streets and intersections based on the transportation plan, the TIS, were addressed in the findings and earlier in the presentation. In relation to general city services, the findings detail how city services, including water, sewer, transportation, stormwater, solid waste, parks, police, and fire can be provided, and that the city has the ability to provide all city services. Emergency response in particular was a stated concern. Both police and fire can serve the property, and that is stated in the findings. Fire protection, such as hydrant location, is addressed during the detailed engineering review, and per the fire department is within an acceptable response area. And as far as timing of improvements, when development is proposed, impacts are reviewed and conditions are placed on the preliminary plat that would mitigate the impacts of the development. After a preliminary plat is approved, the specific engineering design is submitted for review and approval prior to actual construction. We do not have a requirement that mitigation be fully designed or installed prior to the preliminary conditional approval. The nature of a conditional approval is to say what needs to be done before the lots are created, and the developer shows that the conditions have been met at final plat approval before homes are built. I would also note that we received a signed petition from more than 25% of property owners within 150 feet of the property, which means that the ordinance establishing the zoning district would require a 2/3 vote instead of a majority. It does not change the necessary vote for the other actions. Based on the record, including submitted applications, review comments, submitted public comments, the staff report, and attached materials, the Planning Commission made the following recommendations. First, the Planning Commission adopted staff report KGPA 2401 as findings of fact and recommended to the City Council that the property be directly annexed pursuant to the City of Kalispell Growth Policy Planet 2035 and the annexation policy, and that the Kalispell Growth Policy Future Land Use Map be amended to include the subject property within the annexation boundary. Second, the Planning Commission adopted staff report KA 2403 as findings of fact and recommended to the Kalispell City Council that the property be annexed and that the zoning for the property be R3 residential. And finally, the Planning Commission adopted staff report KPP 2401 as findings of fact and recommended to the City Council that the preliminary plat for Tronstead Meadows and Whitetail Crossing be approved, subject to the conditions as amended in the staff report. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. I will have council questions for staff at this point, if you have them. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess this question would probably be for Keith. Water rights, when it pertains to the well out there, You had mentioned that the existing water rights go to the city. The existing water rights as it pertains to the applicant that owns that piece of property, because we've heard that there are other water rights associated to that area. So it would just be the applicant's water right?
Yep, it'll just be Tronstad Meadows and Whitetail Crossing properties, water rights would be transferred to the city.
So if others in the surrounding properties, I guess, had a water right to that, theirs is intact.
Yeah, their water rights would remain with their properties. The water rights always transfer with properties, and so their water rights would remain with them. The point of use in that water right is the Koenig well, and there is no easement to that well from the adjacent properties. So in order to utilize their water rights, they'd likely have to drill a well on their property to utilize those water rights, and then their point of diversion would change to their own property.
And then the production of the well, I guess I understand there's a difference between an agricultural well and one that would be produced, and not necessarily on this property. Like if we're taking the water right, it doesn't mean that it would be on this piece of property, correct?
Yeah, the water rights that are out there are irrigation water rights, and so we would need to use a municipal water right. And so likely we'd be applying for a new water right, and those irrigation water rights would just go into our a bank, I guess, of irrigation water rights. The well that's out there, I believe, is an 8-inch casing. And so one of the issues with an 8-inch casing, although it works great for irrigation at maybe 1,000 gallons a minute, which is the water right, which is a seasonal water right, we'd be looking for a bit more. And so we'd be looking at, potentially drilling a larger well, deeper well with maybe additional screening. But at this point, it's really too early to tell. We'd use that existing well as a test well, figure out what we needed to do, and then make a decision from there.
But if anything were to happen in that area as far as a new well, I mean, there would be testing for water levels.
Yeah,
during the production aspect of it.
Luckily, we have two, adjacent wells that aren't far away that we could, put transducers in and see what happens when we do the 72-hour drawdown test. And potentially, if other property owners are willing to work with us, maybe put transducers in their wells as well. But that'd be part of the process as we'd see, how much of a cone of depression or cone of influence expands out as that test goes on.
So then as far as testing would go on the well, would we test for any, like you brought up PFAS, would we be testing for any of that on the existing well as it is before we do anything?
Yeah, likely we would do that before we spent the time and effort to develop it into a municipal well, at least to know if we wanted to try to treat it on site or something like that.
Okay. I guess, PJ, the annexation boundary line, I guess I was going through and I was looking, and we have our annexation boundary line policy. And I guess the way I'm seeing it, because I remember some public comment that was talking about that the connection this property has to our boundary line is just that little connection to the other subdivision there, but that whole westward line, I believe the way I looked at it, is on the annexation boundary line.
Correct, yeah. It's adjacent to city limits through this stretch, but that entire western boundary from there down to there is adjacent to the annexation boundary.
If anybody else wants to jump in, I go for it.
Mr. Fisher?
Thank you, Your Honor. Coming from an agriculture background, perhaps I'm wrong, but these water rights, isn't it based on the land mass that you have that's tied to those water rights? I mean, everybody that may have a right does not have an equivalent right to this well.
Yeah, that's,
And this is, and this is the largest parcel, so the bulk of the, but there, how many, what percentage is attained or attributed to this parcel of those water rights?
I don't know the percentage, but you're right. It's, there was originally a parent lot that the water right was associated with, which has been broken out. And so the proportionate area is typically how those are divided. And so, like, as you say, the proportion of this area is much larger than the other two holders on the well. But again, those are irrigation water rights that we wouldn't be utilizing.
And a huge difference between an agriculture well and public service well.
There's definitely different standards. I wouldn't be able to say that well couldn't be upgraded to a municipal well, but just knowing the confines of that existing casing likely wouldn't be able to produce the amount of water that we'd want to produce out of it. So we'd likely use that as a test well.
Okay. And if I may, Your Honor, maybe I misheard, but I think, a whitefish stage potential upgrades in 10 years. Did I hear that correctly? And
Yeah,
what's that
5 to
based
10.
on?
So
Is that
there's
on-
two different projects that are out there, and one would be connected with the Reserve Drive project that would be going on. That would come up a portion of the way towards Tronstead, and then MDT is planning 5 to 10 years, going all the way up to Highway 40.
It's not funded at this point, but it is in their planning. It was that you're to look at their recent projects. It's on there. It's still going to be a rural road, but it's going to be widening, repaving, fixing the ditches and things like that, which will make it a much safer roadway. But as the city develops, it would be along that corridor, it would be upgraded to an urban standard.
Widened to 24 foot and to, when you define, say urban standards, what does that mean to you? Or explain to me.
An urban standard typically is a curb and gutter. So it's a different standard. A rural standard has the borrow ditches, it doesn't have the trees, the street lights. Urban standard would have those features.
Whitefish stage.
Yeah, Whitefish Stage, I believe the upgrade to urban standard would stop quite a ways south of this. And then the MDT project goes from, is it a quarter mile north of Reserve to Highway 40?
Yeah, and that would also be done in segments when MDT does that. It won't be all done at once, at least that's the plan as of now. But yeah, it's not, so when MDT does it, it's not going to be developed to an urban standard. The southern portion where it's tying into Whitefish Stage will all be to an urban standard. As it's improved to the north, it'll just be pretty much an upgrade. I guess, I don't want to speak for MDT, but think like the 206 project. That would be similar, just making it a safer, more rural road. But it is in the horizon of, it is on their project list, yes.
Go ahead.
Whitefish Stage in its entirety is a state secondary from Reserve north. That's the cutoff point, right?
Yes, all of Whitefish Stage is secondary.
All of Whitefish Stage.
Yes. But that portion of the Whitefish Stage project is getting upgraded to an urban standard as part of our grant application because there's so many improvements that needed to happen at that intersection, turn lanes, movements, lighting, to make that intersection work. It'll be urban standard and upgraded starting this summer. The intersection itself going up to the substation, I believe it's a half mile approximately. I don't have it off the top of my head, but from Whitefish Stage Reserve to the substation there on the western side of Whitefish Stage, that'll be upgraded to our urban standard.
Okay, thank you. And one more, Your Honor. Schools and the number of students, I believe 194 students. Middle school students, where will they be served? Would it be bus to Edgerton? Where would those students go to school?
Yeah, well, middle school would just be the one middle school. So Edgerton would be the elementary school.
In this law that took place that schools affected don't play into this, when did that take place?
At least 30 years ago, if not longer. I mean, that's kind of as long as I've been here, it's been that rule. And its focuses in part on, schools are a state agency. They're a separate agency with their own funding that goes through the state and state legislature, except probably at least 30 years ago, if not quite a bit longer than that. I don't know when that started. Has had that provision where you can't deny the project based solely on that.
And one final comment, in my time on council, I've never heard such a report. Very impressive, everything that you went through, so hats off to all of you that provided information. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I have a number of questions, touch on some of the ones we've talked about here recently. I am going to use my glasses. I need glasses now. So, yeah, and I also appreciate the report. It was very, very thorough. On the Whitefish Stage intersection, so as I'm understanding it, before the light goes in at 93, there's going to be a decrease in service level at the intersection with Whitefish Stage. And we also have 5 to 10 years before MDOT does something with Whitefish Stage up at that far up to that intersection. So there may be some improvements needed, but we don't have any idea what those improvements are or what's the trigger for determining, yes, improvements are needed before the light goes in, and what are they going to be?
Yep, the TIS does show a level of service drop at Whitefish Stage if the light doesn't go in at Tronstad in 93. So, it really depends on when the light goes in. If the light isn't in and that level of service would drop based off of projected traffic from that particular phase, they would have to do improvements to Whitefish Stage, Tronstad Road at Whitefish Stage, so likely adding a left turn lane. The level of service drops from a level of service B to C. It's a 3-second delay per vehicle. It's not a significant level of service drop. Most municipalities would use level of service C as an acceptable level of service. That's not how Kalispell has ever looked at their level of service. So, it doesn't matter how minor it is, they would have to mitigate that level of service drop.
So just so I'm understanding correctly, they finish with phase 1. The traffic light at 93 comes in midway or at the end of phase 2. At the end of phase 1, that level of service drops, so they have to put in that turn lane at Whitefish Stage.
Yeah, we'd look at the level of service with each phase as it comes forward. So the final design number of units and the distribution that was determined in the TIS to determine whether a level of service drop would occur there. And if so, then they would have to mitigate Whitefish Stage, even though it would be mitigated by the signal at Tronstad and 93 later. That each phase needs to be able to stand on its own. So that's the way we've always looked at these. Could be 10 years till the next phase. So you need to make sure that that level of service is mitigated with a particular phase that comes forward.
Okay. And then in terms of the stretch of Tronstad between the property and those intersections, it's the county road. They're at county standards. We've heard about kind of the existing condition, not feeling that it's very safe. I think we all struggle with the fact that we don't have any control over MDOT or the county and what they do, and so we're very limited in that. But we know that MDOT has these triggers for light and intersection improvements and so forth. Does the county have any kind of triggers for road improvements that, when traffic levels on Tronstad hit a certain level, they're going to improve the shoulders on Tronstad or make improvements to those sections of the road that is theirs?
Not that I'm aware of. most of the county subdivisions, as far as I have been able to tell, they don't do a TIS as it comes forward. So, the actual looking at this development, looking at the density with a TIS and making those improvements associated with this development, is something that the city of Kalispell does well, that may not happen with other county developments.
But we can't require the developer to make those improvements on the county portion of the road.
Historically, we haven't, and I think it's kind of a slippery slope of how far can you actually push them outside of their development. The level of service drop is something that you can have a direct association with the development. Improvements outside of that are a little more relative, to the individual reviewer.
So the level of service is pertaining specifically to intersections, whereas the safety of the shoulder.
Yeah, intersection and road capacity are the two. So volume to capacity ratio would be a level of service as well.
Right. And as a function of federal constitutional law too, you can only require improvements that are directly related to mitigating their specific impacts and not everything else that's out there. So, that's one reason why the city has seen development happen of the frontage of a particular property and not trying to correct entire streets. 2 Mile Drive being an example of that, is that there's just a limit as to what a city is allowed to impose on a situation on that. But that is kind of how the city has approached these things. As development happens, the frontages get improved, and you see that connection happen and those improvements done. And as you mentioned, as far as the roadway capacities, the TIS showed as well under what the maximum capacity was on Tronstead, and the capacity of the roadway wasn't a particular issue.
So capacity, but not necessarily safety. Or are the two tied in the concept?
Well, there was a safety analysis done at the intersections. That's typically where you would, see the crashes occur. It would be a capacity, I don't know. Again, the volume to capacity ratio of the roadway could be analyzed, but there was no issue that I'm aware of with that.
I guess, Councilman Hunter, to answer your question, there's, through the public testimony you've heard, there's already aggregate demand of traffic on that. It has nothing to do with the city. And I think that's part of the problem. If you don't have a developer coming there, the public testimony is saying that intersection's already a problem, right? That there's already traffic, there's already too much traffic. The city's not even there yet. There is no funding mechanism for a light other than the developer. As was mentioned, Whitefish Stage isn't funded at this point. There's no money for that light. The development is actually when the improvements happen.
Yeah.
I think the best way to picture this and how I see it is, imagine we've heard 2 Mile. The issues we have with 2 Mile, the city had to jump all that county development, and now you're left with this whole section of rural road that there's really no mechanism to upgrade, unless, and this is the same scenario here where you actually have the ability to limit that from happening, whereas if it develops in the county, pressure's still going to be there. You're going to jump it, and then you're going to have no sidewalks, none of that. I mean, when the intersection improved to the west, you're getting a good chunk of that infrastructure in. The city's already there for a part. You have that small triangle county piece. But, as you look out 20, 30 years and it continues to grow and there's continue to be pressure, it will provide that logical extension, whereas that wouldn't happen otherwise.
Yeah, and I get the intersection. I mean, that's at least the, as much of the problem with the MDOT is with their triggers, at least you get to the trigger. The problem I have with the county, and I had the same problem with 2 Mile, is there is no trigger. They don't ever invest in their infrastructure. So and then we're stuck with the problem when we have development that is, growing the city, and we wind up with these county roads, and that we can't make the improvements to it, and they won't. It's a problem. But I do have more questions, but Mr. Fisher wanted to jump in here.
Your Honor, so once the city jumps Tronstead, that road does not get annexed in. It remains a county road. Once you jump a county road, that doesn't become a city road, a city street.
What do you mean by jump? If you don't annex and then?
Exactly.
Right,
If we
yeah.
annex beyond that, we have as Mr. Hunter is saying, we have no control over Tronstead.
that little portion of Tronstead, we would not, yeah.
Okay, back to you. I had to clarify that. Thank you. I didn't have it clear.
And then, so just kind of on the Tronstadt Road issue, the issue of plowing. So we had some public comment that plowing is currently a problem, folks being snowed in and county plows don't come out for several days. We're going to plow our city streets. Would they plow Tronstadt to get to this development?
So we actually, with the Quail Meadows project, the city annexed Tronstadt from Highway 93 to the west, or I'm sorry, to the east side of Quail Meadows. That was required in order for the upgrades to occur at that intersection, because MDT required that. We had to be a party to that agreement. So it's very often that the city and the county will do handshake trades of areas where we're already out there. We'll do that little section of road, and in exchange, they go out and do West Spring Creek for us. And so we sit down every year as a group and go through where they're, some of their outlying areas where they're struggling, which are actually inside the city, and we do the same. And we work together to accomplish that work. So very likely, we would do at least up to that eastern portion of Tronstadt Road, and then of course everything inside of the development we would be doing, and inside Quail Meadows.
Okay. So the risk of nearly 400 residents being stuck for days because of a bad snowstorm is probably low, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this issue of weight limit on Tronstadt and the impact of construction vehicles or other heavy vehicles. I haven't heard that addressed. What's the answer or response to weight limit on Tronstadt?
So we evaluate weight limits on any city roads, and then we enforce those in the spring when there's the frost is coming out of the ground. The roadway on Tronstadt up, from the highway to the edge of Quail Meadows, it was dug up for a water main and a sewer main and backfilled with 3-inch minus. So a good portion of that road is actually gravel. The little portion in front of the county subdivision, could be suspect to some issues with heavy loads. And then the frontage of this road is also going to have utilities go in it with, a gravity sewer and water. And so you end up with a pretty good road section with the city infrastructure that goes in. But our city crews evaluate roads every year, and we apply weight restrictions for frost. I believe the applicant has committed to not allowing construction traffic to utilize certain roads, especially the Surcheck Road. I think they've mentioned in particular as a cut through for construction traffic, and so I think they're trying to address that.
Okay. So potentially the construction could be on hold for spring months because that section of county between Quail Meadows and the development due to the road, and they would just pause construction till that's
potentially, yeah, if we feel like that's something that needs to be applied.
Okay. The issue of realignment of Tronstadt, so it's across from Silverbrook Road. I noted that image in the presentation. That's all within the public right of way, so there's no question as to the ability to do that, to achieve that.
Yeah, we met with MDT and the applicant. Originally we were looking at that full alignment happening on one side of the road or the other. The applicant came to us with an option or schematic that would adjust some of that on either side of the road. And MDT has looked at that as an acceptable solution. So it's certainly not a final design, but the concept is something that MDT has said that they could get behind.
And the public right of way is there to do it.
It appears to be, yeah.
Okay. There was some question about turn lanes on the west approach of Tronstad as it intersects with 93. I forget what the comment was. Perhaps I don't have enough information to ask that question, but maybe the timing of that, or I'm not sure if you remember the comment it was in that, the one we received today from Greenlight, I believe.
I think the concern, if I recall correctly, was that growth rates weren't being applied to that west branch or the west leg of that intersection. And, in communications with our reviewer, which I wasn't able to meet with him today, but just had some chats back and forth. He did indicate that there was about a 36% increase in traffic applied to that west leg, plus 20 to 24, I believe, vehicles during peak hour that was utilized in the analysis. So it wasn't completely forgotten, but the River's Edge and Stillwater Village weren't called out in particular in the TIS, and I think that was what the heartburn was.
That's the turn lanes on Tronstad or on 93?
I guess that'd be the Silverbrook Drive. Is that the side that you're talking
No,
about?
I'm thinking of on Tronstad coming west and getting onto
Oh.
93, those turn lanes.
Yeah, the concept that was presented to MDT would include, I believe it's a through and left, and then a right turn lane, and then the incoming lane from the other direction. So it would be a 3-lane on the east leg, and that was what was presented to MDT, and they were behind that concept.
Okay. The concern about traffic going down Ponderosa Lane to turn left on 93 before a light is put in, and impacts there, and was that ever looked at or assessed?
Through the Surcheck lane, through the Ponderosa Estates? Is that
Yeah,
what you're
Ponderosa
referring-
Estates, and Surcheck Lane.
Yeah, that was something that the applicant had mentioned, that they would require their contractors not to utilize that road as a
Well, that's the
cut-through.
contractors, but once we have development like phase 1 going in, and people are living in the development, and they're coming out and heading into town, and they don't want to turn right only, they want to go into town and take a left, rather than taking a right and going up to Church, turn around, they would come down Surcheck, so they can just turn left onto the highway. I think that's the concern I've heard.
Right, and I think that, I think that would be a concern that would come up prior to getting that clarification from MDT. And so all those improvements, other than the actual signals going in themselves, so all the turn lanes, the realignment, all of that would happen prior to phase 1 of the development. So you wouldn't have any homes being built until that intersection was dealt with per the MDT conceptual approval, which again was basically everything other than the actual signals being up.
So the right turn lane would go in
All
at
the
intersection.
improvements, the left turn lanes on the highway, the realignment of the intersection, the pedestals for the light poles, basically everything but the light poles and some ADA pedestrian stuff that would be going along associated with that. But the underground wiring, everything would be going in prior to phase 1 being completed in terms of final plat, which means that would be completed before you'd have a single house built out there.
Right, but would you want that right turn lane left turn, thank you, left turn lane, turning left onto the highway before a light goes in?
I think that was part of the reason that MDT wanted the improvements on the main line as well. So I think they go hand in hand.
And I think if the concern is traffic diverting through Ponderosa, it's going to be making the same left coming out just immediately south of that. So it's going to be the same type of turn movement out onto the highway. So it'd probably be very unlikely that you would have people going through that area to get to an intersection that makes the same left turn movement that you'd have off of Tronstead with these improvements.
So you put in the improvements there because you're going to get it down off of Ponderosa development anyways. So might as well. I mean, because we put in that right turn only with the Quail Meadows development because we didn't feel like a left turn was going to be safe or made sense. But now we're going to pull that out and put a left turn in with this development before a light goes in, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, other than if the issue is, well, they're going to be making the left turn anyways, going down through Surcheck Lane, then we might as well just put it in and get that light there as soon as possible. I mean, is that kind of the logic there, or?
Yeah, the left turn restriction was mainly due to a level of service drop. So, the amount of time of delay for that left-hand turn, even with the small, 39 houses, I guess, that would be in Quail Meadows, caused so much delay that they had to do something. They had to mitigate it. So that left turn restriction was really a function of meeting our requirements to maintain the level of service. But in addition, like you're referring to, we do have alignment of those. Currently, the east and west legs don't align, so left turning traffic has some obstructions of seeing what's coming at them. And then the main line improvements that MDT is looking at, as well as a decel lane that would be required coming off of the highway. So there's quite a few improvements. I'm not sure exactly.
So those improvements address the level of service issue with a left turn off of Tronstead?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you. I have a lot of questions. Moving on to the water issue. So the PFAS issue. So if this development comes into the city water, they're going to be in the north pressure zone. It's all the same water. So the well having PFAS, the wells that we've tested PFAS, are they in the north pressure zone so that it would fall in, or it's all connected, so everything that's in the city is potentially affected?
There's 2 wells in the lower pressure zone that we've detected PFAS in, and 2 wells in the upper zone. 1 well in the upper zone is above the MCL that EPA has made as a rule now. And yeah, that they would all be connected as far as the upper pressure zone. We're, like I said in the presentation, we have a consultant on board to help us figure out how we want to deal with that, whether we replace the well, whether we treat on site. But that's something that we're currently looking at.
We're gonna be addressing it whether this development comes in or not. And
Right.
we need to do it for all our residents, not just folks who might be living here.
Right.
Right.
More importantly, we're required to. We're required to address it. Yeah.
They're
we're-
required by EPA.
I think some of the concern that I've heard, at least, was concern about us contaminating some of the adjacent residential wells, which, we pull water out of the aquifer. We don't put water into the aquifer. So there's not a contamination risk, even if that well comes into the city.
Okay. So then, in terms of water capacity for serving the development, and forgive me if I try and follow the presentation, but so my understanding is we have capacity for 2,000 more housing units, but we have a lot of development up there, so we're looking at the need for a new well by 2026, correct?
Yeah, the 2 wells that we're working on, the start of getting those moving forward was, 2022. So we've been working on them for a couple of years. The 4 Mile Drive well will be on, should be at the end of this month. And that one will be the largest well in the upper pressure zone.
So the 2026 figure does not include the wells we're working on. So the wells we're working on come in,
Right,
that 2026 we're taking care of.
right.
So even if something happens, we can't use this well on site. There's no issue with water capacity.
No, but the location of that well would, just looking at it from a hydraulic model standpoint, we need wells in the upper pressure zone, and in this area, it would be a very good resource for us if it works out.
Very good, but not necessary.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, that answers that question. So last thing, this is a question for the city attorney. This is, we've been talking about this lately and I'm still confused by it, so I'm going to ask it again. So in submission of the application, the applicant signed the statement, which is, I hereby certify under penalty of perjury, and it goes on, that the applicant materials are true, complete, and accurate to the best of my knowledge. Goes on some more. I understand that any approval based thereon may be rescinded and other appropriate action taken. So as it pertains to this development in particular, if after the final plat has been approved, lots have been purchased, and residents have moved into some newly built houses, that it turns out that the houses sold for more than the median housing price, or the on-site well cannot be used to serve the development, or the traffic impact study projections turn out to be inaccurate in some way, or it turns out there's still negative traffic impacts despite the improvements made. Could the city, after a formal process of review and in consideration of the totality of issues, legally rescind its annexation and approval of the preliminary plat, force the eviction of residents, and invalidate the sale of lots, or even just amend the conditions of approval?
You know, I think that would be something, and I'm going to take your word from the application language because I don't have it directly in front of me.
It's the exact same as the conditional use permit.
So it would be something that I'm going to say we would cross that bridge when we come to it, okay? I'm not going to go out and say into future how the city would approach that situation. It's at this point too hypothetical for me. What we would look at is making sure that the city is upholding its requirements, that the developer is making statements that we are relying on, and that when our community, if these are put in, they're held to those standards. So if the application says that, as you read, and I believe you that it does, then we're going to hold people accountable to what we're requiring of them.
Okay.
It's not a conditional use permit, too.
It doesn't say anything about conditional use permit, though. There's
There's a
no,
difference.
the language is exactly the same as with the conditional use permit.
Yeah, I would recommend not trying to mix two issues into one. You know, we can give you an example where we put it on a homeowner association to fix an infrastructure that was not built to standards, and it was stamped from an engineer, and we had a special improvement district set up, and council elected to make a different choice at the time, even though they had a legal right to put it all on that respective development. So, yeah, it is a situation that council could investigate, but that was a specific case where there was an infrastructure deficiency that was going to be corrected because it was a problem through a special improvement district that would have all been borne on that development. Council made a different choice and split that cost with them. So it has happened in the past.
And I want to add,
Infrastructure improvement.
we have bonding mechanisms too for certain things, and we act on those bonds as well.
Okay. I'll be thinking about that. All right, thank you.
Mr. Dowd.
Yeah, I thought I had a good handle on this, but now I'm not so sure. The northbound 93 and Tronstad, the acceleration and deceleration lanes will be put in prior to the finishing of phase one. Is that correct?
A decel lane is my understanding that's shown there on the image.
Okay, so
So
there
right
is
turn
no
decel.
planned acceleration lane?
There's improvements to the left turn lanes at the intersection that MDT has said that they would improve as part of that improvement. And, you know, I think I said to Councilman Hunter that the left turn restriction would go away with this. We don't have a design at this point. The level of service still needs to be maintained. So there may be a left turn restriction that would have to be maintained in there. But we just, this is a conceptual at this point.
Okay, I just, so the deceleration lane, northbound 93 in Tronstad will be enabled before the phase one is complete.
That's my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, thanks.
Before it's complete or before, like, preliminary plat starts.
As part of final plat, those improvements will be either in or bonded for. Those improvements there, other than the light itself, unless the light at the time is already warranted. The light could be warranted by the time this is built. So, but all the infrastructure it's conceptual, but the decel lanes, all the infrastructure improvements would go in at final plat of phase one, including all the infrastructure for the actual light. That just the lights, poles and being turned on wouldn't be happening until that component is warranted.
Mr. Fisher?
How many chances do we get at this, Your Honor?
As many as it takes. I'm gonna take a recess pretty soon, so.
I guess I'm still hung up on this well thing, as Mr. Graham brought up, and I'd like to clarify something I said with my ag background is irrigation rights based on an irrigation district are based on land, but a well could have been drilled by somebody adjoining the Koenig property 20 years ago, and they have the majority of the rights. And this property has much less water rights. It depends on who drilled that well and if they sold rights to that well. Has this been looked into on the full water rights of this well? Who owns the bulk of it, and what the city would actually get and what this potential subdivision would have? Has that been investigated?
The well is wholly contained on this parcel, so there, and from what I understand in communications, is that there is no easement to the well from any adjacent properties. So the use of the well itself is totally associated with this property. The water rights associated with the well go to that parent lot that was in existence at the day that those water rights were set. And those proportionate water rights that may be associated with adjacent parcels would be maintained with those adjacent parcels. This, from my understanding and recollection, is the majority of those water rights. I just don't know the percentage of it that would be transferred to the city upon the subdivision.
Certainly something that should be investigated entirely.
Yeah, we'll work through the process with the applicant and DNRC to verify that everything's transferred according to their requirements.
Thank you, sir.
And I guess, just to clarify, the regulation is if there's water rights, they're transferred to the city. We often annex properties that have no water rights. So it's only if they're there, they're required. It's not a requirement that because it's very often that we could annex a property that has no water rights. That's the part of the city system and the community system is you're trying to provide for that. So, the well could not be there. The question is, do we have the capacity to serve it? And do any other water rights we have, would it allow us to potentially develop in this area regardless of the well? So that's really what we're planning for.
Thank you.
Mr. Graham?
So the letter from MDT that addresses what we're seeing here, that was put together to basically address the amendment to condition number 18. That's what that's doing?
Right, it's to clarify that entire situation because it was a little bit of an open question about, what MDT would allow and when. And so they provided that letter giving their conceptual approval to what would be here and to kind of clarify some of the timing aspects. So it wasn't as much of an open question.
And then did you say, Jared, that the warrant, so there's the possibility of that could possibly go into phase 3 before that trigger happens?
Depending upon the numbers, it could be early. It wouldn't be any later than early in phase 3. But a couple of factors that would go into play there is in MDT. Sometimes I think people believe that it's just strictly based on the actual count of the number of houses that are there. And we were told that's not the case, that they can take background data into information on that. So it's hard to predict exactly that when that trigger would come in. If nothing else happened in terms of background data and background traffic counts, it wouldn't be any later than early in phase 3. But depending upon what happens over time.
It wouldn't be any what?
It wouldn't be any later than early in phase 3, based on those numbers. But it could be quite a bit earlier, depending upon how those go. As Keith mentioned, what's kind of the standard procedure is you're doing phase development on a subdivision. You're kind of looking at whether or not that TIS needs to be updated over time. MDT would be looking at that the same way with this. So it could be quite a bit earlier, but that would be about the latest that you would see it.
Why can the traffic and impact from the actual construction of the subdivision, say phase 1, 2, do they take that into account for impact? They probably don't. They probably take into account the final impact, because anything construction related would go away eventually.
Yeah, you're correct. That's temporary traffic that wouldn't be counted.
And you said that we're now at a 2/3 vote for adoption for zoning?
So just for the zoning designation. So
zoning
there's provision in state law that if you get that petition of 25% or more within 150 feet, then, so, that would make it a 6-vote majority instead of 5. But just on the zoning designation, doesn't apply to the other actions.
So an R3 is 3.4 units per acre?
Well, that's the suburban residential. So in the growth policy, suburban residential supports R1, R2, R3, and R4, up to 4 units per acre. And they came in at roughly 3.4 acre. R3 is what's providing that 3.4.
Okay.
Mr. Nunley.
Sorry, I just have to come back to this PFAS thing. I just want to make sure I'm totally clearly understanding this. So we start going through with this process, we go ahead and we test the well, and it comes, let's just hypothetically say it comes back with PFAS in there. That's, for some reason, this development decides either on their own not to move forward, or we decide not to do this project, but it's already been identified for PFAS. The city of Kalispell will not be addressing the PFAS then that would be detected within that agricultural well.
We wouldn't have to. We could cap the well and walk away from it. We would have the option of treating it if we wanted to. But yeah, that would be, the city of Kalispell would be developing the well, not the applicant in this case, and we'd have the option to walk away if we wanted to.
And there, we would have no legal requirement to test wells outside of that were near that.
No.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for staff? So, quick question for council, because we're now rivaling Whitefish for length of our meetings anymore now. Do we need, I know I need a quick recess,
I'd say yeah.
so we're gonna take a 5-minute recess and then come back, because I don't want to start public comment and have council members get up and walk out. And I don't want you getting offended that we're stepping out.
When did you start wearing glasses?
So, we're in
Just
recess.
now, I mean, I've been wearing them at home, but I've been reluctant to wear them.
Okay, we're going to resume the meeting, pick up back from the short recess. So at this point in time, we're going to take public comments on Tronstead Meadows, Whitetail Crossing, and then the intent is to move on with a motion to postpone, so.
My name is Brian Kelly. I live at 220 Highland Drive. Couple topics I want to talk about. Retired military. Was a 20-year union iron worker. So I would say I'm blue collar and I know a little bit about what it takes with affordable housing. This is anything but affordable housing. When you look at the cost of the lot and the loans that are required to get a lot itself, and then a loan to build a home, and the interest rates to build a home, these homes are going to be in the $500,000 range by the time you're said and done. So I think it's important to note that there's nothing affordable, at least for the working class. Now, I also spent some time as a school teacher, and there was talk about this being affordable for school teachers or, you know, people that need affordable housing. This doesn't do it. Not even close. With that said, I'll talk a little bit about water rights. And I'm really happy that some of you gentlemen mentioned that, because I have a water right to that well that's in question, and no one has reached out to me. No one has talked to me about it. No one has asked for my input. And yes, I do not have the ability to go and access the well, but I have rights to that well. Those rights were given to me when I purchased my property, and they're my rights. And I feel like what I'm being told here is they're going to be taken from me and stripped from me. And, you know, somebody that served 10 years in the military, that doesn't sit well with me. So I hope that there's further discussions and, you know, investigations into how they can come and take my water rights without my knowledge or consent. As far as the actual project itself, I am not opposed to growth. It's inevitable. I know we need it. So I'm not suggesting that the property doesn't get developed. It's going to get developed at some point, and I respect that and I acknowledge that. I think my concern is the volume of homes on such a small property is really concerning to me. I have 1,000 feet of frontage that'll be surrounded by these homes. So if you look up at the map that's on the wall there, that little corner in the upper left-hand side, that's me. And so there's about 1,000 feet that I will be incurring this new development. And when I purchased the home and spent, you know, my livelihood trying to make it a beautiful home, it was of the understanding that it wasn't going to be this. And now here we are. So I struggle with that as well. Highland Drive is a road that was talked about earlier. Highland Drive is a dirt road that the community members, and me included, we pitch in to oil that dirt road, and we know that that's going to be a huge issue. Even if they say not to use it, it's going to be used, especially with contractors. The only way they can access that road is bordering my property, if you look at that map up there. So I'm really concerned about that as well. Another concern that I have, and really, again, I want to thank the council members for really talking about this, was the influx of traffic. You know, we talk about 380 homes. The only people that can afford those homes are people with dual incomes, unless they're a doctor or a lawyer and make a lot of money. But in most cases, it'll be families with dual household incomes. In fact, I think Frank mentioned that that's probably what it'll be. With that said, that means at least 2 cars. So now we're talking 750 cars in that little area. I have a hard time understanding how that's going to work on Tronstead, even with the changes that were proposed, and there's a lot of gray areas. I mean, in my opinion, if this is to go through, I think that major reconstruction of Tronstead and Whitefish Stage should occur prior to this development even starting, because it's not safe. It's not safe now, especially in the winter months. I mean, all these homeowners can tell you that. We get a foot of snow and it's a nightmare. I throw 700 cars in there and 380 new neighbors in that small space in the access routes that they have. It's just not a plausible solution, I think, the way it is now. And I didn't hear a lot about concrete, dates that would suggest that this will be done prior to this will be done prior to this. It seems like we're kind of winging it here as far as the roads go. Again, I am completely open and I welcome growth. I just feel that what they're proposing is beyond what's allowable for the amount of land that they have here. And snow removal, again, that's going to be a complete nightmare with snow removal on this project. Not just on Tronstead, but also in this actual subdivision. When you look at how tight these homes will have to be together, I mean, some of these homes are just a couple thousand square feet, 4,000 square feet per lot. I mean, it's not a lot of space. So, in any event, I really appreciate you all taking the time to hear me out, and I totally respect your, what you have to do as well. And but I would appreciate the city making more of an effort to reach out to people that own rights to that well and have a conversation with them. I think that's appropriate, and especially at this point. This development's been in the works for a long time, and like I said, nobody's ever called me, nobody's ever spoken to me about it. So, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Dan Munsing. I seem to be talking to you an awful lot recently. First of all, I wanted to say that I do agree that PJ Sorensen gave one of the most amazing presentations. It was incredibly detailed and in-depth, and it was very impressive. I also am so appreciative of the city council members who were able to ask really key questions about some of the real concerns about this development. And I can tell you guys have read the comments. You guys are amazing. Here you are at 9:30. You're still here. You're involved. You're doing that. And I also want to identify the developers and the city for hearing our comments. The reality is we all care about Kalispell. We care about having a functional, safe, productive city. And so you guys have heard us. So thank you for that. I do want to bring up some of the developers' comments last meeting. Their words were haste, haste, haste. And I'm a little confused when you have a development that the earliest you're going to get a house is probably 18 to 24 months. And there's nothing hasteful about that. We're talking about decisions that are going to influence the next 50 to 100 years about how Kalispell develops. And they're recommending that you guys act in haste. And so I appreciate that you guys are taking the time and even postponing the vote tonight so that you can really look at these options and what's going on. The other key word that's used is housing, housing, housing. As though if you provide housing, that it's good regardless of the implications to the surrounding neighbors, the community, the cost, the affordability. And so that becomes kind of a trigger word that if they use the word housing, it's something that you should absolutely accept without questioning at all. I'm turning to my notes so that I don't forget things. I think one of the key issues really is safety. I live on Tronstead and I measured it. It's 22.5 feet wide. It's eroding a little bit in spots. And I walk Tronstead. And if one car's coming one way, you jump up to the other side of the road. And if it's coming the other side, you jump on the other side of the road. If you have two cars, I'm healthy enough that I can jump into that ditch. And I've done that before. But if you put people walking, if you put bicycling, kids, elderly, there's no way that you can walk that road safely. And then the other issue is cars. And if you've ever driven that and you've really looked, there's 3 blind hills on that road. And that means it's 22 and a half feet wide, and some people are going a little too fast, and you go over those hills, and the reality is, it is not safe. I was talking to one of the neighbors today, and I said, I'm really concerned about the safety. People could die. He's been here for many years. He said people have died on that road. That's probably preceded me. So safety is a really concern. The other thing is, when PJ Sorensen's talking about this being part of the city and connected and all that, if you look at it, it's an island in the midst of rural land. And I want to give you guys an invitation. Before you vote, would you be willing to come out and walk Tronstad and just sit there and look? It doesn't feel city at all. It's a small county road in the midst of rural area. So I asked that whether you would be willing to at least go out, drive Tronstad, see the 3 blind hills, see how narrow it is, walk it, avoid the cars, and just see what you're looking at. You're not looking at part of the city. You're basically looking at, all you see is basically rural area. I think it's also important, you've got 600 people that have signed a petition, but these are 600 people that work in the community, that live in the community, that serve the community, and we all care. We care a lot. And so we're giving you our opinion because we care and we want things to be done right. And it seems sometimes as though a developer gets your ear and that the citizens and the people that live here, we don't really get the same ear. That you guys have a wonderful presentation about how we can make this development, how it's a great development, and yet you got 600 people surrounding that have real concerns. So I do appreciate that you've read those messages. And then I want you to just for a moment think about Silverbrook. Silverbrook is an amazing development. There are walking trails, there are biking trails. The roads, they even got a divided road that enters it. You've got entrance to church, you've got entrance to Highway 93. It's all the things that Tronstad Meadow and Tronstad Road is not. So that is a beautiful development. And then lastly, I want to quote one of your own city council who made a public comment, and I think this is really what it's about. At the meeting, the city councilor member said, this is the right development in the wrong place. And I think that's what we're doing. We're trying all these ways to make it seem like we're going to make this a good development. It's just not the right place at the right time. And I think if we build it before the infrastructure, we are creating problems. We're creating safety problems. We're creating a lot of problems. Now, I know that this is going to be developed. If you say no tonight or if you vote no, it's going to be developed. It probably will be developed in a year or 2 or 3 years, but hopefully we're going to solve some of the infrastructure problems. So what I ask is that you think about this. I do invite you to come out and look for yourself and then make the vote.
Thank you, sir.
I introduced myself earlier, but I'm Kyle. And I got a list of things here after reading that. And originally I didn't even come for this section tonight, but I'll chime in. I actually plow this couple's driveway, which is at the southwest corner of Tronstad Road. And they have called me a few times, and I have a list that just one truck does about 35 to 40 properties in the valley. I put on about 300 to 400 miles a day when plowing in the winter. And they call me and I make time to get to them. When I come onto that road now, previously being a part of a fire department that knows the area very well, I know that access from the east it's rigorous. Oftentimes I have to drop my plow blade and plow the county road, at cost to me just to safely get to my clients. Oftentimes there's cars stranded, left out there. At the bottom of the subject property, you'll see kind of a brown patch with some storage unit buildings. There's snow drifts in that area that they'll be 8-10 feet tall. Now, I grew up in the Sierra Nevadas. I know snow. Snow's no joke there. It's nothing to what we get here, but the thing we get here is wind. And if you jump over to the left and look at Silverbrook, as he mentioned just a minute ago, that Silverbrook's a great neighborhood with walking paths and sidewalks and all, which is great. The reality of it is it's great for about 5 months out of the year, maybe 6. As soon as it's snow covered, and I can attest to this because I was actually the one who plowed it 2 winters ago when we had a decent winter. There's no drainage in that subdivision. Nothing drains right. You have wind drifts that are head high, if not higher. The sidewalks are not accessible, and it's really not the homeowner's fault because there's nowhere to put the snow. The city piles it up. Machines, heavy equipment can't even move it. It becomes so bad. The actual walking paths, which are beautiful walking paths, I think it's nice, something nice to have. Those don't even get cleared. And if you jump up to the north of the subdivision along Church, for those of you who don't know, half a Church Drive from one end of Silverbrook to 93 is city property. It's a city sidewalk. There's actually a 2 or 3 foot divider in there to the sidewalk, which is, of course, according to the Public Works Department, it's up to the homeowners to maintain. Well, the city doesn't plow that, actually. The county comes in, they plow it with the grader, or they throw their wing out and they throw it 10 feet up against that fence. And I've spent hours, I've broken equipment trying to get through that berm there. And that's what's going to happen in this property. You're going to tightly condensed houses that can't sustain that amount of snow load. There's not going to be places to put it. You're not going to be able to get engines through. You're not going to get cars through. For example, this last winter, I know that 3-foot snowstorm took all of us by surprise as we weren't expecting it with a mild winter. I condone all the other plow truck drivers, city, county, MDOT, private. They did a great job. But the reality of it is it showed a flaw, not just looking at this property, but the city overall with how it's maintained. And it is Silverbrook, which is going to be a similar subdivision essentially. You couldn't get out of car. I had elderly residents calling me panicked because they're like, "What do I do if I need to get to the hospital? What do I need? What happens if I have a ambulance that needs to get to me?" And to be honest, there's not a fire department here that could get to you. Search and rescue could. They have a track side by side. And I've lived in areas where you're an hour and a half to a hospital. It's serious stuff. And I'm not saying we're an hour and a half from a hospital, but if it takes you 45 minutes to get to somebody's house and they have a heart attack and they're 80 years old, it's probably not going to be the greatest thing in the world. You mentioned, and I didn't get names over here next to Keith, the city planner.
Just address us with your comments.
Well, I think they should all know their names as well. So, but they mentioned ALS calls from the city of Kalispell. And this poses a huge issue. And for those who don't know, ALS calls are high priority calls. So whoever can get to that call first goes to it. And some departments don't even have an ALS unit. West Valley doesn't have an ALS unit. The 2 mutual aids that are closest to the subdivision are Evergreen and Kalispell. Both of those, out of all of them, have 4 ambulances. And what we know is both fire departments are having funding issues. So what happens when they have no funding and we don't have enough, staffing to add 400 homes or 300 homes? So I'd like you guys to take that into account and preferably you take this, out, think about it, talk to more people about it. Like Dan said, walk Tronstad, because I've driven it summer and winter. Next on that, I'll address the 93 interchange, and that turn lane, and understandably, we can only control MDOT in the county so much. But as much as a acceleration lane helps, where's the acceleration lane? I actually was on Tronstad the other day. I take it quite frequently to cut off Rose Crossing. And I tow a gooseneck trailer every day. And I came to that intersection, and I had my truck as far over to the left as I possibly could, making that right-hand turn, and my trailer was in the ditch. So, one, you can't support construction traffic on that road if a simple 16-foot trailer can't even make the turn. Ryan and Jed had a great point of, when is MDOT going to do it? If the county's going to do something, and they're 100% right, because they're not going to do anything till it's too late, if they do anything. And I highly, highly recommend contacting West Valley and asking Chief Bohannon for the call log for Highway 93, because for MVA accidents. That stretch of road, it probably averages 4 to 5 times a month there's a major accident there. It's a little better now with that light by the Ford dealership. But the reality of it is it's a serious problem. And I think a couple of you guys aren't really understanding or starting to grasp, like, okay, we need to, figure out, is it really going to be safe? Dan's right. It's going to get developed at some point. It's how it gets developed, when it gets developed, and how many people are in there. With that road, mixed with the fire department use, now that that's going to be annexed into the city has to respond to it. They're the primary, unless they request mutual aid, which rarely they do. Typically a house fire they do, motor vehicle accident if they need another ambulance. But typically they'll cover it. So now we got half of 93 by West Valley, half of 93 with the city of Kalispell, and this is from Church down to the bypass light. And there's butting heads on whose jurisdiction it is, and frankly, it shouldn't really matter. I think it's absurd, but whoever can get to it first should be the ones out. Now you look at Tronstad Road. You have, a mile to the east to Mike and Carrie's house that, is county. And then you have a section of half the road city. Then you got a section that's county, and then you got another section that half the road city. And it happens all over. But the reality of it is the city's not going to plow it. They don't plow Church. And the county, as soon as they get to a city street, they lift their plow blade because they don't get paid for the city, and vice versa. We got to stop acting on this handshake agreement, because unfortunately, even though in Montana that's a legal binding agreement, the truth of the matter is it's 2024 and it doesn't hold up. And so that, as far as safety concerns, that's what I would address. You can't get in and out either. So in your report, you said you couldn't mention, or you couldn't take schools into consideration. I understand where that's coming from, but you have to really think about it, because, you think, Glacier High was just built and they're packed. Flathead's packed. All these schools are packed. We already have subdivisions being built that aren't even built yet. They're annexed in. They're not even built yet. They're going to have more families, more kids. You get a bigger home, typically people have more kids because they have the room and they want to have a family. It can't support it. We got to fix our infrastructure. We have a major deficit in our infrastructure. And then on the city water, Keith had mentioned there's 5 wells plus a booster pump. Well, 2 of the wells we know are contaminated. yet we have no definite plan on fixing that. They want to pull from another well, which understandably goes with the property. We get that. The well does. There's an aquifer. We don't know how big that aquifer is, but it feeds all the wells around it. That's where people are concerned. And typically, if you look back in history, when cities get annexed land in and they tap into a well, they tend to pull a little more water than they originally think. And wells go dry. I mean, do we truly have enough water for the city of Kalispell for another 100 years? The city of Kalispell, nor us, no. Because you don't know what's underground. Tomorrow, 3 of the wells could be dry. We don't know. So you really have to think about that. You know, a thing I have seen in the past, and it would be more of a county thing if you guys voted this down, preferably, obviously, but it went to the county and got developed. Now we could approach the county and say, okay, 20 or 30 acres per house. And how you do that, and it happens across the country, is the homeowner buys the land, but in that land, they say, okay, you get 2 acres for your house, your immediate house and your lawn and so forth. Outside that is still agriculture land. A farmer could still farm it. Because this valley was built on farming. We know we're growing, but the valley is built on farming and industry. And unfortunately, that's going away, and it's happening across the state, sadly. Obviously, we're here in Kalispell, not Bozeman or Missoula. But the point of it being is that there's some serious concerns that we haven't answered. There's a lot of ifs. Keith said a lot of ifs. Ifs aren't a good thing, especially in government, because things don't get resolved with ifs. And then lastly, I'd like to point out for those who don't, or I guess 2 things really to point out. One is the quality of plowing that you're going to get with this subdivision, and happens across the city, is you're going to install a whole bunch of hydrants. And I have a photo here, which I'm happy to walk around, but I don't know if any of you can see that. That's the hydrant in front of my house. That was done by the city. They blocked the hydrant, and for 4 weeks, that hydrant was buried this winter. If I had to hook up an 8-inch line to an engine, it would have kinked right off that hydrant. Now, the city of Kalispell asked people to dig out their hydrants. I keep my hydrant clear. I actually push snow away from it every time it snows. But then the grader comes back in and pushes it up over the hydrant. It's going to happen here. It happens in Silverbrook. We have a lot of issues to address before we bring in another 400 homes, because we already have homes being built over off of 2 Mile, off of Farm to Market. Address those, finish those before we add more. And then for those of you in the audience, have your pen ready. The owner of this property is CAE Properties 2 LLC. And their tax address is at Andrew L. Smith, 2862 Dauphin, Dauphin Street, Mobile, Alabama, 36606. So it's an out-of-state developer that doesn't live here, has no business being here, developing our land and affecting us. Meanwhile, like Dan said, we have 600 people who signed a petition. We have people in the room pretty much every week talking about this. We're more important than that developer thousands and thousands of miles away. So I will leave you guys with that. Thank you very much. I appreciate Ryan and Jed especially for bringing up those concerns earlier. You're right on the spot of it, and they're major concerns to be had. So sorry for talking really long, but I wanted to get it all out there because I think people were confused on some things. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be quick. My name is Michelle Taylor. I live in Birch Grove Road. I'd like to express my opposition again to the proposed annexation and development. I think you guys have heard the numerous reasons why. I believe the concept of affordable housing is nothing more than a lure to gain approval for this subdivision. It's housing. I think we've clearly established, and everybody here can just be reasonable in knowing that it's not affordable housing. We could talk all day about the, affordable housing and these subdivisions, but solving the issue of people being able to buy homes is much more complex than just building a subdivision. Quite frankly, there's people who've made life choices and will continue to make those choices, and they'll never buy a home. And it's just not as simple as we're going to build the subdivision and fix affordable housing. It's not affordable. It's not going to fix the issue. I think if we're realistic, we'll just accept the fact that 5 years from now, the housing costs here in Kalispell are going to be no more affordable than they are right now. And that's just reality. I think there'll be more houses, but I don't think they'll be more affordable. I think that's just where we're at in 2024. There's no obligation, we heard today, or regulations on the developers to make the housing affordable at all. They have no, they don't have to do that. Additionally, the density is not consistent with the rural area. The subdivision is not consistent with the area at all. The point was first made by Chad Graham during our first meeting. The subdivision will immensely change the current rural character of the area, and the area is simply not ready for the level of development that's being proposed. And again, I'd like to reiterate that the community is already strained. We had to pass a levy to keep our fire departments and emergency services going at the level we're at now with our current population. The community's short on doctors, nurses, teachers. Edgerton School, which is the elementary school that these proposed subdivision, the new kids would go to, those classrooms are overcrowded already. And I understand that growth is inevitable, but right now we need to slow down and catch up with everything else before we continue to grow at such an advanced pace. I feel like moving forward at this point is just reckless. It's going to happen, we all know that, but we need to make sure that we have everything in place so that it can be safely done. There's an obligation to protect our community, and we need to put these things in place so we can all be safe transportation-wise before we move forward. So thanks for your time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Johnson and City Council. My name is Mackenzie Koenig, and I live at 355 Tronstead Road, directly east to the proposed annexation. I agree with the concerns presented by my fellow neighbors who are against the annexation on Tronstead Road. I want to thank each one of you for the work you do for our beautiful city. I imagine this is not a thankless job, so I just want to honor and admire you for the work that you do. So many of my neighbors have shared this evening and over the last 2 city council meetings, research and data that they have labored over, which is so valuable and important. But tonight I'm coming to you with a little bit of my experience and story. I first came to the Flathead Valley in June of 2010. I was a young lady fresh out of high school and ready to enter into adulthood, beginning a life of my own. I immediately fell in love with this valley. The yellow canola fields were in bloom that seemed to go on forever. The snow-peaked mountains so close it feels like you can touch them. The warm sun, cool lakes, and all of the open land is and was just breathtaking. I knew immediately that this was a very special place and I could easily see myself living here. 2 years later, in June of 2012, I did move here, and I am just as passionate about this valley today as I was 14 years ago. By the grace of God, my husband and I will raise our unborn children on our 5 acres. This is my home, and I never want to live anywhere else. This discussion of annexation and allowing 280 homes to be built on this specific 110.5 acres is very tender to me. I'm married into the Koenig family who has resided and farmed in Kalispell since the early 1900s. My late father-in-law, Bill Koenig, farmed this land we're talking about developing for his entire life. The trees that border this property, my husband as a child planted along with his siblings. Of course, the Koenig family no longer owns this land, so we have no say over what becomes of this land. But I was not about to let an opportunity pass without sharing my voice. Thank you for allowing me to do so. Each one of you in front of me have been given the responsibility of stewarding this land and the city where we live. Your vote will impact the future of the last best place. I do not believe that allowing 380 houses to be built on 110.5 rural acres is the right move. Like many of my neighbors have stated, we can't help development and know that it will happen, but might I suggest 5 or 2.5 acre lots? That would fit in so much better in this rural area. For anyone interested in this note, the person who farms Koenig land has not touched
the 110.5 acres. So if you do drive Tronstead Road, which I do recommend, I wouldn't walk it personally because I do not feel safe doing that. You can get a really good visual boundary of how big this land is and how devastating it is to imagine 380 homes going right next to a wide open field. It just doesn't make sense or fit this space. Please honor our county land. If this annexation were to pass, I would hope major work would be done to the roads ahead of time. I don't know if you've ever driven down Whitefish Stage Road behind a biker, but it is incredibly terrifying and very unsafe for all involved. The road is so narrow, as I'm sure you all know, and thank you for addressing that with your questions. With additional vehicles on it, of course, that would not make it any safer. The construction of Reserve, we're eager to see that widened. I've been stuck at the intersection of Reserve and Whitefish Stage for 20 minutes. In the last 2.5 years, my husband and I have had to replace our mailbox 3 times because drivers have driven into it right off of Tronstead Road, one of which was caught on our security camera. In closing, I implore you to not be swept away by the idea of a developer developing a new city neighborhood and paying all the costs associated in order to have 380 more city tax-paying houses. I would love if we could honor the natural beauty that Tronstead Road has to offer and keep our wide open spaces. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Council, I'm Mark Mulcahy. I live in Silverbrook. I've been a law enforcement officer in the Valley for 32 years. Just want to let you know I'm in favor of this project as a first responder. I know long-term adding more housing is the only thing that can impact the supply and demand issues impacting the people I work with. We've got several that live in campers and have for years. They can't afford a house in the Valley. Thanks you guys for thinking about it, working on it.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Robin Closio, and I'm here as a representative of Terry Homes. Terry Homes is in favor of this development. As a company who has built quality homes in the Valley for 30 years, we believe this could provide an opportunity for additional attainable housing options for the working class in Flathead Valley. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and over the next hour and a half, I'd like to, no, I think they'd start throwing rocks at me from behind here if I did. I first want to start by that I want to reiterate our respect and appreciation for the process that we are engaged in. A process that for us has lasted nearly a year already and has included several months of work towards the creation and submission of an application, meetings with the city staff, the Department of Transportation, community partners, discussions with neighbors in the community, a planning board meeting, and a public hearing. So we don't think there's been any haste in this process or in this vetting. I've said before, and I believe even more strongly now, that this vetting and those discussions have made this project better and improved it and made its ability to serve as an asset to this community better. I want to be clear that when we started, and I encourage you to go back and look at our previous comments, that our goal and our mission, we've said from the beginning, was try to capture the highest and best use of this property by providing a wide range of single-family housing options below, at, and above the current median price. We've tried to answer the call for more housing, more density, highest and best use, along with responsible infrastructure. We've rejected the calls for 40 septics with 40 wells and $1 million homes. Because right now it's 2.5 acre lots right out in the county, and we could put a birdhouse on those, I think, and probably make it $1 million house. That's not what we want to do. We've worked hard to solve problems and make changes as needed and provide a development plan that covers all the important details necessary to make this project an asset to the local housing market. We believe we've answered the technical and legal questions and challenges to the extent we don't believe that there is any legal or technical reason to deny this project. We want to restate that we have reviewed the staff report and we agree with its findings and the conditions set forth. As a reminder, this property is immediately adjacent to the current city limits and city services, and the application we've submitted is a straightforward annexation, growth policy amendment as corrected, zone change, and subdivision application. While we believe the error in the growth amendment was unfortunate and minor, we believe as corrected, it actually reinforces that we are not asking for a change in the land use designation as the property is already suburban residential under your current growth policy. We respect the council's thoughtful consideration and decision on how to proceed, as we are most interested in an accurate record and a robust process going forward. In further consideration of this project, we would like to reinforce a few points that we think help address concerns that are centered around transportation and infrastructure. First, we want to remind the council that we have worked tirelessly with the city staff and with MDT to produce a solution to the light and traffic mitigations at Highway 93 and Tronstead because you asked us to. A solution that we believe is transformational and uniquely proactive, and that may prove to be helpful in producing beneficial results and partnerships throughout the entire 93 corridor. I want to say many thanks to the good work and insistence of the city and for a proactive look at future growth by the Department of Transportation. Credit to those who have seen the need to start this work without delay and allow us to begin much of the work whenever or as soon as possible. Just another reminder on the letter that we submitted outlining our commitment to the project, as it contains language consistent with the amendment adopted by the Planning Board intended to address the timing of this process. I also want to recognize the input of the community. As a result of our discussions and listening sessions, we have placed in the record concessions we intend to make as part of the development process that address concerns related to building height, preserving trees, and construction traffic in neighborhood areas. In addition, I'd like to emphasize these next 2 points, and that is that we agree with that University of Montana study report on housing in the Flathead that there is a significant shortage of housing now and in the future. We also agree with the study's conclusion that building housing and adding to our local inventory is the best way to address the shortage and impact pricing for the entire market, not just the pricing of a few homes through subsidies. And you don't have to take my word for it or rely on the study to tell you that their conclusions are right, as there are some great real-world examples that reinforce it. One of the best ones I'm aware of is right here in Kalispell, Montana. Conclusions that are supported by local reporting, something we included in the last letter, or the recent letter that we sent to council, reporting that makes it clear that the local government body that has stabilized its median house price by approving additional housing options and providing additional units to the market is Kalispell. A stabilization that has occurred in multifamily housing market from the addition of several hundred units over the past number of years, and a stabilization that can continue with additional inventory in single-family homes. The same publication reported last week on the future of housing in our region and the anticipated impacts yet to come. To paraphrase it, they predict a continued shortage of single-family homes and that will result in higher prices in the valley. A quote from their article, economists and real estate agents say a lack of inventory is the primary barrier to a significant drop in home prices. The article also states the building pace is not keeping up with the demand. We, like you, know that the work to add inventory to mitigate these impacts can take years from concept to having an actual swinging door. It's why we believe projects like this provide substantial benefit to the community and the local housing market now and in the future. It's why we stand before you listening, working hard to solve problems, and ready to be value-added asset to the Flathead housing market. We believe that our community is now in the unique position of being able to benefit from significant improvements in our transportation corridor on and north of Reserve, including at Tronstead Road and at its intersection with 93, that includes the added benefit of private and state funding. It's a beneficial partnership that will provide substantial improvements that might otherwise take years longer and require additional public funding. You've heard the testimony from the people now about how bad it is, and from your staff about how these improvements won't occur until the development does. How long would we wait, and where will that money come from? Lastly, we have asked for no deviations or variances and no PUD. As well, we will be building this development to city standards and providing a significant positive financial impact to the local economy as we progress along with significant additional revenues supporting those municipal, county, and school services, as our current property tax bill is somewhere around $600 a year. It's probably going to change, I'm going to guess. I want to clarify a couple of things just as I close. First is, I know you've heard on a couple occasions the information about people who've signed a petition. And I think if, like me, you're familiar with those, I would challenge you to look at where those people actually live before you take into account what those opinions are. And as far as the right place at the right time, with the delay it takes from, we're standing here before you now after having started this process a year ago. How long should we take to begin to add to inventory, to impact the market that you have in ways that you have in this valley? How long should we wait to do that? I don't think it's been rushed, and as I've said, we appreciate the vetting process, and we believe that it's made this a much better project. I am here, and I'm sure you'll hear from my one of my ownership partners, John Sanju, who are part of this project, and we do have, multiple people, thank goodness, with the expertise and the resources to be able to do that. I think that's a benefit we bring to the city. So in closing, we've come to the table and worked diligently to make this project an asset to the community, a useful tool in addressing our local housing shortage and challenges. We want to thank you and your staff, the community partners and community members for their hard work and feedback, for making this a project that we think benefits the entire community. And it's with these thoughts in mind that we ask for your favorable consideration on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Jessica Buber, 250 Highland Drive. I feel like we've all been dating for the past 2 months. I see you guys every Monday. I'm so tired of this. So I agree with what most of my neighbors have said. I do agree with what Frank said. I am a property manager and I am a real estate agent. I agree with the article that was written a couple weeks ago. You do have to create more housing to lower the cost of housing. It is true. This project would help do that. I am not saying that the project is a bad project. I have fears about Tronstead Road. I just don't think it's safe. I don't think the infrastructure is ready. You guys had mentioned 2 Mile Drive. I manage the landings on 2 Mile Drive. I know what that road is like. I see cars off the road. It's half county, it's half city. You got sidewalks that no one uses because they don't connect to anything. 2 apartments on 2 Mile has sidewalks that don't connect to anything. That's what Tronstad's gonna look like. It's gonna be a mess until we figure it out. And a light was there first. So I would just, consider what that is like now. The plowing situation over there is awful.
The plowing in Silverbrook, those apartments, I know all about how they have problems with plowing, with the snow drifts and all that stuff, that we just need to do it in the right way. And those snow drifts are terrible. The road, Tronset is a scary road if you're walking on it. And it's true, you can't walk on it. I walk in Silverbrook almost every day. It's planned well, the sidewalks are good, you can walk around through there, you can get across. Church is a good road to walk on. We just need to consider that before we go and throw 380 people in a tiny space, or 380 houses. It's a lot. We can do it, but should we do it? So thank you all for coming. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. I just want to thank you all for being here. Honorable Mayor Johnson and members of the Kalispell City Council, just for your time, for your hard work, for your effort, for your care, for your wisdom, and for your heart. In all decision-making processes, I want to say I agree with the comments in opposition of the measures tonight, all that have been stated. And I want to thank you, Mayor Johnson, for your very sensible request to postpone the vote and for acknowledging the importance of transparency in our decision-making process. That was wonderful leadership, and thank you for leading with that. My name is Ming Munzing, and I live at 213 Tronstad in Kalispell. As a pro-development citizen who has have experience in land development in the Flathead Valley in both the county and the city, I understand the city and county's processes and working with developers. You know, after listening to the staff report now, a couple times, yes, and what I've read in the packet, I just want to urge you all, and I think you have done fabulously at asking really incisive and insightful questions. Jed, Ryan, Chad, Sam, thank you tonight for asking those questions. But I just urge you that things are not always as they seem. Though it may sound buttoned up, I'm just going to encourage you also to come and check out the proposed site, as my husband invited you, and see for yourselves if this really, truly makes sense. And go a little further with these questions, the what ifs that she referred to a little earlier as well. I just want to say regarding approving the growth policy amendment, preliminary plat, annexation of the 110.5 acres, and the preliminary plat for the two subdivisions, actually, Tronstad Meadows and Whitetail Crossing, that these proposals are incomplete and they're missing some key elements, has been spoken about this evening. So you are being asked to approve all 4 agenda items in one swift, controversial move amidst significant public outcry. So what's going on here? Can we slow down and vote no for now? And to ensure a wiser path forward, I strongly oppose this proposed amendment and respectfully request the council to pause the approval of the Tronstad Meadows Whitetail Crossing development. This proposal is fraught with issues and has generated significant public concern. Voting no doesn't mean the development won't happen. It simply means not now, not like this, not this way. And it also will allow more time to address concerns, prioritize safety, gather input from the local community, and work with the developers to create a subdivision that will benefit us, all of us, for the next 100, and think about it, even up to more than 500 years. That's what we're building here. So I strongly suspect, and by all appearances, that the public comment and outcry has already been materially responsible for the upgraded proposal by the developer, by the upgraded, even staff report, by what's being addressed with the MDT has come from the responses, the negative responses. So I really do believe in this process. And I suspect that the additional benefits to all parties will happen when we slow our roll and don't proceed with haste. The backlash is not about development or not in my backyard. mentality. We acknowledge growth and we want our community to access all levels of housing. We want our kids to move back here and buy homes so they can be near us, right? So the issue is to ensure that our city adheres to its own stated goals of long-term, comprehensive, and responsible planning, free from special interests or external pressures. The recent push to amend the growth policy, annex, rezone, and the preliminary plat approval all in one, fast fell swoop raises red flags. Nearly 600 community members, and I will say some of them are our children who grew up here, who are signing that petition, have signed a petition opposing it, along with countless letters, public comments, and phone calls. The developers and the City of Kalispell staff, their urgency only heightens our concerns. Your role is to seek the best path that considers all aspects of planning to create a sustainable Kalispell. Thank you for proceeding with caution. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your foresight and for your knowledgeable inquiry. Please continue to be very curious. So I'd like to show you, if possible, also a nationwide map. And I actually brought some. I don't know, may I approach and pass it? Okay. It's a nationwide map. I'll just give it all to you. A nationwide map of our neighbor Kyle, or friend Kyle, actually talked about CAE properties, or that in Mobile, Alabama. Well, Elcan and Associates is the Alabama developer, and this is a map of the United States and all of their developments. So I included this in one of my public comment, but there's one for each of you here. So just in looking at that, there are a tremendous number of developments. And the fact that this developer is not, like Howard Mann, who built Silverbrook, lived there, and, Brenda Wilkins, who, Westcraft Homes, who bought it and lived there. This is a developer who wants to simply sell lots, not actually build a community. So key points to consider: legal consistency. As I understand it, piecemeal amendments to the growth policy are both unlawful and detrimental. The proposed amendment would create an isolated development, contradicting the growth policy's intent for a comprehensive planning framework. Number 2, traffic and safety concerns. The infrastructure on Tronstad Road is insufficient to handle the increased traffic from 380 lot subdivision, not to even mention the building of it. Tronstad Road has 3 blind hills, often drifts heavily with snow in the winter, and large trucks face difficulties navigating it due to weight limits and narrow turns. I know the developer and appreciate that he has made concessions to improve the intersection with Highway 93, which is already more hazardous, since adding the pork chop installed to supposedly improve safety after the Quail Meadows subdivision was built, or while it was being built. Additional traffic will only worsen these conditions. The intersection at Tronstad Road at Whitefish Stage is so narrow that a truck turning onto or off of Tronstad Road takes up both lanes on Whitefish Stage, and vice versa with trucks turning onto Tronstad Road from Whitefish Stage. 3, water and environmental impact. The developer's plan to drill a new well raises concerns about existing wells and water rights. You've asked questions, intelligent questions, and thank you very much. This development would convert agricultural land into residential use, potentially compromising nearby wells. Please do, and thank you for asking those questions tonight, please do require research to investigate the potential problems on this before we proceed. Number 4, community impact and character. This high-density development is out of place in our rural neighborhood. unlike well-planned subdivisions like Silverbrook Estates, which is zoned R2 and beautifully built with ample room for residents to roam, this proposal lacks walking or biking trails and seeks R3 zoning to maximize lot sales. So page 7 in the report cites Quail Meadows, the vet clinic on Ponderosa Lane, Dusty Acres, Eagle View. None of these, except for 75 feet of Quail Meadows, is contiguous. And that 75 feet is the back of it. It's not, there's no asset or road there. So it's still, there's nothing that is contributing to this island of development when surrounded 99.99% by rural agricultural. Our neighbor Tim Keating spoke at the last meeting here and said that his 100+ acres is going to be given to family in 5-acre parcels. So when you look at the map, city is not going to be to the north, city is not going to be to the east, city is not to the south, maybe a little bit to the west. So the fifth is affordable housing misrepresentation. The proposed price range of lots at 150 to 200,000+ at a minimum 550,000 to 650,000 homes, and well beyond is not affordable for most Flathead County residents. So approving this development based on false promises undermines the goal of providing housing for all income levels. And that's stated in the growth policy currently as it exists. The sixth, public trust and transparency. The lack of transparency about pending developments has already eroded public confidence. Many residents over the past year have inquired multiple times about this land only to be told by city that there are no plans, which is now proven false. It appears that the city has given a primary ear to an out-of-state developer and may be turning a deaf ear to many local residents and community members who truly want to grow a better Kalispell and proceed with caution. Allowing a private developer to dictate our city's growth compromises safety, strains infrastructure, and fails to adhere to the principles of responsible growth. I urge you to vote no on amending the growth policy, annexation of this property, approving the R3 zoning, and the preliminary plat for Tronstead Meadows and Whitetail Crossing. This proposal simply does not fit the character of the neighborhood, and barreling ahead with these approvals sets a dangerous precedent for future development. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of your hard work. Just really, really appreciate you. Take care.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, for the record, my name is John Sanju. I'm one of the owners of this project. I've spoken a few times in regards to this project, and I certainly won't repeat testimony, and I can appreciate that brevity is appreciated. As many of you guys know, I've served 10 years in the Montana legislature, and some of those years I served in the legislature, I served on the education committees. And what I can say is increased enrollment by and large will benefit schools economically. I certainly don't want to get into the weeds in regards to school funding, but increased enrollment by and large, again, will benefit the schools economically. It's called A and B funding. I want to reiterate that change is hard, and we understand the opponents' positions. But I also want to highlight the many proponents to this. You've heard testimony today from builders, you've heard from our first responder, you heard from teachers, you've heard from first-time home buyers, you've actually last meeting heard from people that had to move from the valley because of lack of housing. I want to address the ifs question. If there's any ifs, please let us know. This ownership group has been nothing but transparent in regards to this project. We'll continue to answer any questions that you may have, but I think we've done a pretty good job answering the questions thus far, and we'll continue to do that. We've taken the feedback from the city staff. We've taken the feedback from the opponents. We've listened. I feel we'll have a project that this community will be proud of. We're certainly going to continue to answer any ifs out there. We're going to continue to answer any questions. Again, you know, I've lived here a long time myself. I've had roots in this valley, understand the area extremely well. And again, speaking with my colleague Frank and I and the entire ownership group, again, we're going to stand by this project. We're going to continue to answer any questions you might have, and we're going to produce a product that this whole community can be proud of. So with that, Mr. Mayor, City Council, I appreciate it. Do pass. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your service as well. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Again, as everyone said, we do appreciate you taking the time for us to be heard. I do want to say I agree with all my neighbors who also spoke already tonight in opposition. I actually heard some of the best speeches yet. Tonight, I almost feel like I shouldn't speak, but I'm going to anyway because I stayed here the whole time. I vehemently disagree with the project still, and I wonder if I may ask two respectful questions that are genuinely curious. The first being, if there are people that want to address you guys, the council, about this matter and they can't be here, is there a formalized process for them to do so? I assume to be email, but should there be certain headers or addresses that they should send it to so that it coalesces more?
All public comment goes to publiccomment@kalispell.com.
Any particular headers for just Tronstead Meadows or something?
No, just, we'll get it, when it comes, we get it.
Thank you. And if I may, I would like to ask one other clarification because I want to have the correct information. At the planning meeting, we said that, it was said that the light would not be triggered until there were 250 homes built. I remember that quite specifically. It was an important point to me. And it was also stated that if this subdivision did not go in, there was nothing that would trigger a light at this intersection any time in the foreseeable future. I'd like to know if that's still true.
We'll have more discussion on that as we go.
Okay. Then I will just briefly reiterate many of the things you've already heard. I don't believe that this fits with the planning that we have already outlined as a city. For me, I still look at that line and I see that this project is outside of the annexation zone. I realize that it is in the giant blob of growth policy, which appears to be like half the valley, but it's not inside the annexation zone. And then I do see an island when I look at that. And the only reason that it has close proximity to existing city services is because county services area was already jumped to build Quail Meadows, and now we're willing to jump more county area to build this. And yet we're using the argument that we don't want to have to jump this to build hypothetical future developments down the road. That argument seems mute to me because we've already proven that we'll jump those if we'd like to. And everyone around that are all the people here that have been arguing against it for the last 6 weeks. So I don't think you have any imminent development that you're going to have to jump to get to. This property and the density does not fit the nature and the character of this area. I mean, I'll point out to you anecdotally, right above that word purple is a horse farm, and they have property on both sides of the road. There are teenage girls walking horses back and forth across the road. It's a horse crossing. You know, I live just off the page on the right-hand corner. We have horses. Other people have spoken about the animals and the agriculture that they have. This 380 home subdivision does not fit with the character of the surrounding land. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Sir, can we get your name? I know you've been here before, but
Travis Taylor.
thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Danielle Tui, 280 Island Drive. Been here a few times as well. I tried to wait for the very end. We'll see how well I did, but it seems like most of the people have probably spoken. I disagree with some of the people who have stated that they appreciate short comments, and I apologize if any of you agree with the short comment statement. But as a business owner, I personally enjoy hearing from my employees, and I like to hear all of what they have to say. And I also have enjoyed hearing all of my neighbors and all of the things that they have said. So this might not be short. I debated saying it tonight or the next time, but I think I'm going to go with tonight. Our house borders the proposed development. I agree with all of the points made previously in opposition to the application and oppose the application in its entirety. I also started the petition that I discussed with you all at the last meeting. We are currently up to 590 signatories, and you all have the link to it. You are welcome to see how many of them are local, how many of them aren't. I am actually transparent when it comes to anything I'm doing. That's why I gave you all the actual link so that you could visually see it. I'm also running a Facebook group that has, oh gosh, I don't remember actually. I should have looked that up first. I don't know how many people, but quite a few people that are very invested in this. That is actually the reason that there aren't that many people here tonight, because when we were told that the decision was not going to be made tonight, I let people know so that they can make the choice of when to best make their voice heard. And I think a lot of them felt like the next meeting addressing this is a better option. At each meeting so far, we've heard the developers talk about how they've lived in the area forever and imply that those of us opposed have less say because we haven't been. As such, I'd like to note that not just developers, but also people in agreement with the development. As such, I'd like to note that my great-grandfather wrote Montana's constitution, creating it as a state, and my family has lived in Montana continuously since that time. I personally think that this is a disrespectful tactic to silence people that don't agree with them, since everyone that lives here should have a say in what's being done with their current home. Regardless, though, there isn't a person that isn't Native American that can claim longer roots here than I can. First, I'd like to address the developer's assertion that this area isn't rural. Our home is 400 yards from the development. We've farmed our property since we bought it 15 years ago and purchased it from a family that also farmed it. We've raised cattle, pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, goats, and horses, and we grow every vegetable and fruit that you can in this valley, from potatoes and carrots to kiwis and grapes. My horses are friends with my neighbor's horses and hang out over the fence together, and that neighbor is also my vet. Foxes, great horned owls, bald eagles, and coyotes all try to and often succeed in taking out our poultry. In fact, a fox just took out some of our ducks and another neighbor's chickens a week ago. We watch them use the farmland surrounding us as hunting grounds, since the tree breaks make perfect cover for them. Every house I can see in the distance from my property lines also owns livestock. And Highland Drive, which borders this development and has an access point from the development, is a dirt road. I don't know how you can get more rural than raising a family on a farm off a dirt road without literally being livestock. In fact, the biggest issue I struggled with in getting signatures, which I initially did try to do in person because I thought that was a much better way to go about it, was the rural nature of the community. Our closest neighbors are a 5-minute walk away, and the neighbor's kitty corner to our property are a 10-minute drive away. Took us an average of a half hour per signature to get them in person, which is why we moved to using an online petition. I want to reiterate that I still have not once, in collecting nearly 600 signatures, had a single person tell me no, they don't want to sign. The petition has been unanimous. Two other issues have consistently been raised at these meetings by the developers. The first is that this development will help the housing crisis we have in the valley. First, they were quoted in the newspaper as saying they would provide affordable housing. I attended the listening session put on by the developers a few months ago and brought that to Mr. Sanju's attention. He told me, and I quote, "We didn't say that. We can't control what the newspapers write." I find this bizarre because at the Planning Commission public hearing, he then got up and apologized for telling the newspapers that there would be affordable housing and to forgive him his mistake. At that point, he decided to call it median housing. Since then, I believe they've changed it yet again to calling it varied housing. I have no idea how you as a council are supposed to take them seriously when they can't even get their buzzwords correct, and apparently don't even understand what housing they plan to provide. I gave the developers the same benefit of the doubt that I give everybody. I prefer not to assume the worst and let people prove me wrong. When I went to the listening session put on by the developers, I raised my concern that this would not provide affordable housing or help the housing crisis. Mr. Garner then performed a monologue with his face full of passion about the teachers, firefighters, and police officers that he knows personally and counts as friends that can't afford to live here. With tears in his eyes, he told me that his sole reason for working on this development was to provide those local friends places to live. He also stated that the developers plan for the cheapest lots, once houses are on them, to go for $550,000. I took him at his word and looked up the numbers. At the Planning Commission meeting, I shared the numbers I'd researched with him in the commission. I explained that his desire to house those friends in the houses he is building is unfortunately ignorant of math and logistics. First, as they're selling lots, they plan for the majority of the lots to be bought by other developers. At that point, as other people said tonight, they could build houses worth well over $1 million if they choose to. Second, lots are by and large not functional for people struggling to procure housing. If you can't afford a house in the valley, you certainly can't afford to pay for wherever you currently rent and for a land mortgage and get a property loan and wait and continue to pay rent while the house is built. But most importantly, even the cheapest house they propose, if somehow the people Mr. Garner says he wants to house can afford to sit in a rental while they buy property and build a house, will never be affordable for those people. In order to qualify for a $550,000 loan, it requires a household income of $180,000. Not only is that 3 times as much as the median household income in Kalispell, it's absolutely unattainable to any of the teachers, firefighters, police officers in the valley. Even the highest paid ones, if they married each other. In those professions, the absolute highest paid is firefighters at $81,000. 2 of the highest paid firefighters living together in a household would still be $20,000 short of the income required for the houses proposed by Mr. Garner and Mr. Sanju. They'd need over a 10% increase in salary. Again, this is the very highest paid of all of those groups of employees, in order to be able to afford the developer's cheapest house. As city council, I'm sure you would know if that's going to happen anytime soon. So at the Planning Commission public hearing, I explained all of that to Mr. Garner and Mr. Sanju. They're offended by the basic math that proved these houses will not be purchased by the local teachers, firefighters, and police officers that they told us in their news article and at their listening session and at the public hearing they are trying to house. At the last city council meeting, they changed their tune yet again and stated that they plan for people out of state to buy these homes, specifically saying they expect it to attract teachers from other states. This is yet another great soundbite that makes zero logical sense. Teachers' salaries don't follow them from other states. They will be paid the same as other teachers here, and as such will not be able to afford these houses. The developers have repeatedly stated that having these houses will lower demand in the valley and make prices go down. That's only if people in Kalispell move out into these houses, leaving their houses available. No one right now, to my knowledge, is moving laterally with interest rates what they are because you lose money. So they're only going to move if they can sell their house at high prices. No one is lowering their house prices in order to be able to move to these developments. However, since the developers changed their tune last meeting and stated now that they plan to sell these two people outside of the state, they obviously knew that as well. The problem is that supply and demand only applies in a closed system. The developers plan to market out of state, which will negate supply and demand and keep prices high like they are. They know this, they just hope that the rest of us don't. Let's see. I appreciated a few of the comments of those in favor of this development last meeting. specifically Frank Garner's kitchen table monologue and the lady who stated that people should come up here offering answers if they don't like this option. Because I have an excellent example of what his kitchen table conversations could look like and an answer for the city council. My story, well, actually I should back up, sorry. My husband and I own all of the subways in the valley. We also own VRBO property with multiple VRBOs that we've developed, as well as churros and our farm. And I guess I'm on our school's board now. I don't know. I've worked in education for a very long time. We have a wide variety of experiences between us. So I'd like to tell you the story of how we handled COVID. When COVID hit, we sat at our kitchen table, not too worried for our own livelihood because we knew we could make whatever we needed to work, but very worried for our 40-plus employees. Our employees were very much at risk. We worked hard to access the money from the government that was designed to keep businesses afloat, and then we used it how it was supposed to be used. We used it to raise wages and to pay for employees not working when our stores were shut down, or we minimized hours to keep people safe. By simply using it how it was designed to be used, we ended up using it well enough that we had employees when everyone else in the hospitality business started having to shut down or reduce hours for lack of employees, which allowed us to profit when many hospitality businesses shut down. I still think some of that was probably luck, but it certainly was also due to foresight and putting our employees and their livelihoods first. As Subway owners, our employees are primarily renters. We started hearing about employees getting kicked out of housing so people could sell their houses at the very high prices they suddenly had available to them. We decided to use our business success to do what we could when we could. We found an employee was homeless, we bought him a trailer to live in and moved it around for him until he could do it himself. We saw housing was getting dicey, so we bought a property with multiple houses and developed it. We rent them out short-term and long-term and pay the mortgage that way. I don't think they've made a cent in the 3 years that we've had them, and we're perfectly okay with that. This allows us to also provide emergency housing and even some long-term emergency housing that is actually affordable housing for people in the community. Affordable, as in we sit down with them, help them or at our kitchen table, sit down with them, help them organize their finances, and have them pay maybe a couple $100, maybe nothing, while they save up to move somewhere. So far, we've helped a Ukrainian refugee family and quite a few of our employees and some of their friends whose homes were being taken from them. In the cold snaps, we've even housed people that have trailer homes but can't produce enough heat to keep them from freezing. We make enough of a profit from tourist rental to afford the rest, even should we end up with a bad egg and have to do repairs afterwards, which has happened. We also used our profit to loan 2 employees the money for a down payment so they could buy their first house and backed their loan. So that's what my husband and I talk around our kitchen table about. And then we move from our kitchen table into the community and put our money where our mouths are. Unfortunately, our profits are minuscule compared to hundreds of millions of dollars, but we do what we can when we can. What can you all do? You can say no. This development doesn't offer enough for our community to offset the multitude of costs to the community. And you can keep saying that until developers come in with actual beneficial housing options. You can send that message without even having to say it specifically. The developers act like they're going to barely break even on this. But if I remember correctly, their projected profit was in the hundreds of millions. In fact, if they were to just do the 2.5 acre lots at 40 homes, it's something like $40 million. That's more money than I'll ever see. So you can say no to them making that profit off the backs of those of us that live here and work here and actually support our community. I have a couple other notes that I want to make. First is that I think we're all well aware of this, but it hasn't specifically been said yet. The sidewalk would just be along the development itself, and that's extremely dangerous. I drive Whitefish Stage pretty much every day to drop my kids off at school. There's a great sidewalk that runs up to Reserve, and then a very clear place where probably no pedestrians should go from Reserve up to Tronstad. And I am not sure why, but there's a lady who chooses to run that pretty much every morning. And I have to go into oncoming traffic to avoid her. She does have a really nice bright yellow vest, so I see her. But it's very unsafe to have a sidewalk that comes from nowhere and goes nowhere because for some reason people make very strange choices, and that's, you know, a full-grown adult. I could certainly see children moving here from out of state having no idea and doing that and getting hurt. Another small point is with the PFAS. They said that it can't cross-contaminate water. I'm not a scientist. That is not one of the many hats I wear. But my what if is what happens with sprinklers, because my understanding is that sprinklers just drop water into the groundwater, and all of that groundwater is shared by all of us. So if there's PFAS in sprinkler systems, it makes sense to me that that's going to contaminate other places. I think that should be something that's pretty easy to study scientifically and answer, but we should have that answer before we make those choices. I'd also like to point out that my neighbor who lives in that little corner and talked about his water rights, he didn't mention this, but he has come up and told these developers the same thing every single time for months, and none of them have still contacted him about his water rights. So I don't think that they have much of an intention to do so, and I would be shocked if they eventually do. The developers keep saying that they're working with you tirelessly, and I would like to point out that I and all of my neighbors have worked tirelessly on this as well, but without any sort of payment for it. We're up here trying to speak to you and get you accurate information to give you good answers. I haven't talked to a single neighbor who wanted to deceive or come up with something inaccurate to try and trick you into anything. We're doing research, we're doing our best to talk to experts and get all the information that we think that the city council should have in order to make the best decision possible, but we're not paid for it. So I guess I would end with saying that I hope that you guys do what you can when you can, like we have. It doesn't always have to be about money. I mean, I had not seen Ming's map before, but if I had that kind of money, I would fix the housing problem here. I've already tried to do it with the tiny amount that we make, and we've helped, I don't know, at least 10 families in a couple of years. We're not making billions of dollars, but if I had that kind of money, that's what I would be doing with it. So, yeah, I hope that helps. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Nobody's online? I don't have to spend another half hour listening to people on Zoom? I feel gypped. Look to council for a motion. Mr. Dowd, since you've done this different ways in the
Since I've done
past.
this wrong before, thank you for letting me rectify that. Your Honor, I move that we postpone all items listed in the agenda under I-2, titled Tronstad Meadows / Whitetail Crossing Growth Amendment, Growth Policy Amendment, Annexation Zone and Preliminary Plat, to the next council meeting to allow to allow the public to have ample access to any updated documents.
Second.
Second? You do that, Mr. Hunter? Do you get that? Next regular council meeting. 2 weeks.
Yes.
We don't have a holiday in there, do we? No. Okay. All in favor, signify by stating aye.
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 Did we get-
Yeah, Mr. Hunter.
Sorry to be pointing.
Opposed? Aye. Just kidding. Okay, motion passes. This is postponed to the next meeting. We're gonna move on to the next item, which is Resolution 6200, Tax Increment Finance Funds for Public Infrastructure Projects. This item considers the use of TIF funds for public road and stormwater projects located within the West Side Core Area boundary. Mr. Russell, staff presentation, I'll give you 35 minutes.
Well, that'll be about 5 minutes too short.
Okay.
So this was part of our budget process and our street assessment update that we looked at and trying to defer some of the potential increase that would otherwise be required. This is one segment of that. This is just that annual allocation for pavement maintenance projects and some application to street drainage. We will have a second agenda item come through the Urban Renewal Agency and then back to council that deal with the bigger projects. But this was that annual allocation as recommended by the staff during our budget process and then went through the Urban Renewal Agency. So happy to answer any questions that council may have. This just allocates that $200,000 as really as we try and defer any increase in the assessment component by using urban renewal funds within that respective district for the next few years as we defer those costs. So happy to answer any questions council may have.
Any questions for staff? Do you want to say anything on this item?
I'm totally disappointed.
I was gonna make them stay.
I mean, I just think that's.
So seeing no public comment, look to council for a motion. Mr.
Hey,
Dowd.
taxes, you know I love those.
I know.
Your Honor, I move resolution number 6200, a resolution authorizing the use of the West Side Core Area Tax Increment Financing for various public road and stormwater projects.
Second.
Second.
We'll give that to Ms. Gabriel because there's like a time delay.
Thank you.
Any discussion on this motion? I've got several things I want to talk about. Anything? I'll let mine go to the next meeting. Roll call vote.
Counselor Graham,
Aye.
Counselor Dowd,
Aye.
Counselor Fisher,
Aye.
Counselor Nunley,
Aye.
Counselor Carlson,
Aye.
Counselor Gabrielle,
Aye.
Mayor Johnson.
Aye, motion carries. Resolution 6201 is the next item. Intent to hold a public hearing on the Tourism Business Improvement District budget and work plan and scenes from a hat. This resolution considers setting a public hearing for the June 17, 2024 to hear from the public on this budget, including a request to increase the bed tax assessment from $2 to $4 per night per room. No scenes from a hat.
And Mayor and Council, as identified, this is a resolution of intent to hold a hearing to approve, well, to have a public hearing and then approve budget and work plan. Normally, these would occur in conjunction with the normal budget approval process in August. As you know, back several months ago, they requested this to be effective for their full fiscal year. This will not even meet that, but it'll just be like a month delayed. But we had that discussion through there that, no one had the concern with moving it forward. So it pulls it out of that normal approval process. It's not an assessment that goes on the tax roll, so we can let them apply it in advance. Did think it was important that identified this separate from our normal budget hearing as well and not just kind of tucked it in because normally it wouldn't be as detailed on that public hearing notice. So this does actually give a little bit better notice as well to the public in that respect. So with that, again, this is just a resolution of intent to hold that public hearing to start the process.
Okay, any questions for staff? Seeing no public comment, look to council for a motion. Ms. Carlson.
I can read this small print.
Your Honor, thank you. I move Resolution 6201, a resolution of intent calling for a public hearing regarding the proposed Tourism Business Improvement District at TBID FY 2024-25 budget and work plan, including a bed tax assessment increase as recommended by its Board of Directors.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Nunley. Any discussion on this motion? Roll call vote.
Counselor Graham,
Aye.
Counselor Dowd,
Aye.
Counselor Fisher, Counselor Hunter,
Aye.
Counselor Nunley,
Aye.
Counselor Carlson,
Aye.
Counselor Gabrielle,
Aye.
Mayor Johnson.
Aye, motion carries. Next item is my appointment to the Technical Advisory Committee, and I want to appoint the Ramblin' Wreck from Montana Tech, Zach Mason. That's my recommendation.
Your Honor, I recommend that we approve your recommendation.
Second.
Second, motion second, any discussions? We don't do discussion on these. Got a motion, all in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, motion carries. City manager report.
I'll try and move quick. Next week at the work session, as was identified by our Public Works Department, we'll have that work session as it relates to PFAS regulation, and despite what some people allege today, how we intend to move forward very shortly after the regulation came out in terms of working with DEQ. In fact, I think a couple representatives of DEQ will be at the meeting. But we'll also talk about some of the funding that we've already received for the planning efforts as it relates to preliminary engineering and design and some of the potential options that we have that we're considering and that may look at. So again, that work session coming up on the 10th. On the 17th, and I apologize, I look out in advance and I knew I was going to be gone on the 17th, so tried to have a thinned down agenda. Obviously, we'll have the Tronstead development on that meeting. If it's any consolation, that'll be after a full day that I'll be spending clearing trail in the Bob Marshall Wilderness with the foundation there. So at about this same time that night, I will be fully cramped up and wishing I was here for that process. But
I'm fully cramped up right now.
So we will have that. We'll also have two budgetary items. We always do these two items in advance of July 1. That is a preliminary budget approval and also the wage resolution that we have. Again, our wage resolution basically mirrors all of our collective bargaining agreements. So it's that same application across non-represented. Do have the 4 different position classifications that were identified during the budget that will be added to it. But if you do have any questions, please let me know in advance of that meeting. Jared will be acting manager during that, but if you have questions, please send them to me in advance and I can address them as best I can related to those budgetary items. Okay, couple items related to the warming center. At the last meeting, council had identified a meeting date to hear from the warming center on, I think it was July 1. They have requested that gets moved into August. I sent out an email with their request to council, just with initially, a consideration that council could move it to the 15th and 22nd to try and work with them. In all honesty, they had mentioned the complexity of the legal components related to it. All we're asking is to hear from them related to those concerns that were expressed. I don't know what legal complexities there are in terms of hearing a response to those things, but ultimately that is council decision as it relates to it. You can acknowledge their request and move it to that. My option, you can keep it the same or anything else in between. But really, all you're looking to do is to hear their response from that request. That's as simple as that. So I'll leave it up to council what you want to do with that, but we would want to give them a response tomorrow related to what that council desire is as it relates to it. So I would ask for a little bit of direction.
I'd say no.
That's where I would stand.
I'd keep it the same.
I would say let's let them take it to August, because as they said in their request, which I think is a very valid point, they're not going to be opening overnight until October, so there's plenty of time to make that decision. I could totally understand why they would want to consult an attorney at this point and make sure that their responses at this point are in consultation with an attorney, because they're at risk of losing their conditional use permit, and that is very serious business. And so if they feel they need till August to find an attorney and consult with attorney, and it's not, I don't see any real difference it makes to wait, a month or a few weeks. Let's let them do it.
I mean, I can go either way on it in all reality. I mean, I look and I go, there really aren't legal questions. It's what are the response to the concerns that we listed? But my initial thought, Mr. Hunter, was like on your lines. I can go either way. I mean, to me, it's not a, what are your responses to these? I mean, we could have been doing it all along, but just my thought. Jed, you get your.
I agree with Mr. Hunter here. I just give it the time. I don't want anybody saying they were disenfranchised, they didn't have the time. I was like you with Mr. Hunter here.
I'm in agreement with an extension too, if they feel it's necessary to prepare for our public hearing.
Yeah, I mean, one way or the other, I mean, they have the questions. They know they know what to respond to. If it's 30 days later, Mr. Russell, I mean, I know we've got people here and gone July, August as well. So I think you're gone
June
in 2 weeks. So it is that time too. My question is, this is one of those issues I don't want to see council members missing. So what I'd like to know is everyone going to be here in August? First couple weeks? Yes, you will. You don't have to grandstand, sir. You're going to be slowing way down.
I guess I look at this as,
That first meeting,
You're gone the first meeting.
yep, the 5th is Monday.
these meetings have been extremely public. There's no hiding what has been talked about or anything, right? We could give them more time and move it closer to their opening time of the warming center for the winter season, but let's not kid ourselves that they're not there during the day now. So I guess I see the point, right, that you're making, but I also look at it and go, why?
Yeah, the other side of it.
Your Honor.
Oh, yes, Ms. Gabriel.
Just a point, if we, and I guess I don't feel super strong either way, but if we wait until August, that gives them 30 days to figure out what they're going to do if CUP is not renewed. So is it better for them to know 30 days or to know 60 or more days? I just look at that's a very quick turnaround process for them depending on what the outcome of that hearing is.
I agree with Carrie.
And if that's what they want, I don't have a super strong feeling either way, but it seems crazy.
Mm-hmm. No, I would agree. I mean, to me, I'd want an answer sooner, so I knew what my game plan was, but it seems like we're evenly split here.
I think there's 5-3.
Is it 5-3?
That's what I'm looking at. I haven't heard from Sandy, but I'm.
Oh, she agrees with.
So I don't think we should wait until.
Okay,
August.
so that's 5-3.
So maybe give them an extra week or two, but I don't think we need to wait until August.
I think July is pretty broken up.
The other side is July 15, go 2 more weeks, let's split the, that's King, was it King Herod? I can't remember. What was the king? Solomon. King Solomon. Thank you. It wasn't King here.
Cut the baby.
Cut the baby in half. Go to July 15. We extended July 15 and then decision.
That sounds like a compromise.
So, are you looking at July 15th with then the hearing on the 22nd?
We could do their response on July 15. We could do, no, I'm
Or do
saying
you wanna
do
go
the- do
August?
the public hearing on July 15th.
Then you're 3 weeks out, because the next meeting's August 5th. Unless
And
you
then
do a special hearing on
we
the
could do it-
22nd.
No, reality, we could do a special meeting and call a special meeting just for that. Just to have a decision that squeezes it up that way. If it is repealed, they gotta do, it gives them time on the other side too versus waiting 2 or 3 weeks on our calendar.
Just so we don't have that and Tronstead on the same agenda.
Oh, yeah.
I can have breakfast here. July 15, general consensus?
I'm still August, but
I think you're the only one now.
So then, are we looking
And-
at, and I guess we don't have to decide on when that next
No, we
follow-up
can,
meeting would be.
exactly.
So let them know that, move it to the 15th to
Yeah.
provide that. Okay. Second one is, had a request for additional information, and I just wanted to, council to provide any additional data you wanted, so we can try and get that all in one group as best we can, to get that, so we're not continue going back and forth, looking for more data, putting it together, sending it out, getting more data, putting that, send it out. Not that we won't, but it just takes time and with where we're at, so I just want to put it out there in terms of what data do people want.
I'll go ahead and say the data I requested, which was the total call volume for the half mile around the warming center minus the warming center calls for their overnight operations, October to April, broken down by the operating season. So 2021 to 2022, so October, April, 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024. Those total call volumes, year by year.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this because it's a logical question. Does anyone want the numbers with the warming center included?
Yes.
Yes.
So both of those different measures, just like we did originally.
Just like before.
Do you also want the citywide comparison at that time, like we did all the way through,
I think the 3-year prior.
and the 3-year prior?
So
Okay. So, but I think 2021, so that's 4 years. Do you want 4 years prior?
Oh, we have 4 years.
No, it's
21,
21, 22,
21,
22,
22,
23, and 23, 24.
23,
Yeah.
23,
years.
24.
Yeah, it's just 3
Yeah.
years. 3 seasons.
No, that's 4.
I the email I had 2021, but I realized they weren't open 2021. They were open 21, 22. So, but we can do the 3 years prior.
Okay, I got you.
2021.
I got you.
Yeah.
We'll catch half of 1 year because they opened that like
We
late
approved in
December.
November, but they didn't make them. I don't know when they specifically opened, but I know they had improvement. They had to get the building ready. So we approved in November, and then they had to do all the improvements to the
I
building.
get call volume minute by minute.
Yeah, if you'd like to.
No.
So I think it was October 21 that they opened, but I'm not.
I'm pretty sure they were open in that
That previous winter.
in that winter 2021. Jared, do you remember offhand? Tell you what, if we go back and we see that they were, we'll go
Yeah.
those 4 years and 4 years prior.
Yeah.
Can you want those 4 same call
I was
types?
thinking it was October 20.
So just a question, do we want to do where they were before that?
That'd be the 4 years before.
Before,
We'll
okay.
do equal.
Okay,
Yeah.
We'll do equal.
Okay.
Either it'll be 3 years or 4 years on each
Okay.
side. And we'll do the same measure, that half mile radius. We'll go total calls, calls that were not included from the warming center at specific address and citywide.
But that year that split, so if you count that as
Right.
part of the year, it
Yeah,
split. So
yeah, it's.
you would,
So
you
how
need
about
the
we leave,
data
how about
when
we
it
leave that
opens.
year out and we do the 3 years after that year, the 3 years before.
Sure.
Yep,
There you go.
split the baby in half.
And it's 11 o'clock, so you'll probably get back, you know, what my grocery list is. And then the last thing, sent out a email related to the council budget for the National League of Cities. And, you know, we designed a rotation, and again, it's straight to give everyone equal opportunity for the National League of Cities and the Washington DC rotation. And that's works good because it gives everyone that equal opportunity. Sometimes people can't make it, sometimes they can. I was just looking at it this year where we have 2 of the 5 that are able to go. And this is the council's budget. And I think you have and deserve that opportunity to say, what do you want to do with that additional allotments that were made for that rotation, since some people just can't go. So that's what I wanted to bring to council, to let you guys be the actual gatekeeper of that and determine if you want to open it up for those that otherwise wouldn't be on the rotation. I give it to you.
Sure.
Yes.
I like Sandy, I think you responded to this, the only one that responded to the email. I like somebody else being able to go.
And I can tell you that Jessica sent an email saying she had a conflict. So there would be 3 other people that would be eligible, being, because Ryan and Sid can go, and that'd open up for Sandy, Chad, and Jed if you're interested in participating. So I'll touch base with you offline to see if that is of interest.
Jessica wanted to go to that so badly.
And that is all I have.
I just hate to ask, is there anything from council?
No.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just kidding.
Just kidding. Ryan, do you have anything? You
I
good?
don't,
Okay,
no.
I'm just gonna close with one comment. It really frustrates me when I get all these people come and give us comment, and then they leave. And I didn't have the opportunity to tell them that in the future, with what state has done, with the laws around zoning, they'll never get to speak to us again.
Isn't that something?
On some things, but some things, yes. And I think that the fact that they don't understand that, and all of a sudden in a few years, they're gonna see a subdivision pop up next to them, we're gonna be the ones that catch the blame.
I'm sure there's thousands of people listening to you right now and the word will
I
spread.
guarantee you, I guarantee you. I'm pretty sure Giant Fortune is one of them. He loves me so much, he listens to me every night. And with that, we're adjourned.